jihadists, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome to the Violence Space. It's another beautiful Thursday evening from my side. Not so beautiful across the world right now. It's a very sober day for so many Nigerians. It's just like at the point in time, one of those days that has marked how our year have always been in that country. It's always sorrow, 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 sorrow. But as always, we always come back on this platform just to make sure that we keep these conversations going, just to make sure that we are discussing these issues, because left for these people, if you don't tell your story, nobody will tell it. If you don't discuss, may have these discussions, it will never be heard. And I always say, thank you guys to our first responders. You guys are always coming to this church, to this mosque, to this shrine, to this temple, to this atmosphere of violence. You guys are the first responders. Without you guys, there is no violence space. I see my brother Wellbeing Nigeria. Thank you for joining us one more time. Thank you to all our blue tickers, all those requesting for the mic, all our non-blue tickers, every single person on the platform right about now. Thank you guys for joining us. It promises again to be an amazing, wonderful conversation. Thank you to all those also listening anonymously, because Elon Musk, in his genius mind, has made it possible for people to join spaces anonymously. Thank you to all of you listening to us from the Facebook Violence Space Facebook channel, those listening from the Violence Space YouTube channel, all those tuning right now across the world from the Violence Space radio station. You guys are all welcome. Let's have an amazing, wonderful conversation today. Let us discuss on these issues. For us, I think it is very, very, very important we discuss this. For this have been ongoing. It's not as if what we're about to discuss today has just been just happened overnight. It has been ongoing, and I think it reached the climax yesterday. And the videos I got, personal videos, some of our obedience, some of our Nigerians, of well-meaning Nigerians sent and posted online have been so gory that I just felt like today's space was just, honestly speaking, starting up the day, I did not even want to. I was not in that atmosphere of like coming to even discuss, because I was just like, what kind of world are we living in? Where is humanity? What is the cost of a human life? It is crazy. And all these discussions, all these conversations, all these questions we'll ask and we'll answer on this platform today. As I always say, I take the first few minutes to sharpen this space, to bring up the energy in this building, to prepare the minds of all our prospective speakers and listeners on the building to get in tune with what we're about to do. And I always say this all the time. If you're joining us and if it's your first time you heard of the Violence Space somewhere, you are welcome. If it is your second time, I say you are also welcome. You know what you got the last time, and that's why you're back here again. And if it is your third time, you are also welcome. Please, I've gotten a whole lot of DMs from so many people, because there have been a time adjustment to this space. We now start the space of 8 p.m. Nigerian time, and we end the space 11 p.m. Nigerian time, because honestly speaking, we cannot afford to give all those hours we gave last year this year. It is not possible. I'm even if left for me, I'm even saying we might even make it to once a week self, because honestly, it is time consuming. It is draining mentally. It is emotionally draining and everything. But we just have to keep up going. So we see how far we can go and see if we can shorten the hours further or bring it down. So many people did not even know we had space on Tuesday. After the space boy, my DMs, how far do you guys no space today? Many people think it's 7 p.m. Many people think we are not even yet in up and running. But I told them we already have 2 episodes already this year. So please, I'm just trying to push this message so that we can also push the message out far for our people out there that don't understand that we are back. Many people don't even know that we are back. But Violence Space is back, and we have to run this space considering the fact that we were to host the space with the human beings too. We have a life to live. We gave our all last year, and we are still in the same Nigerian wahala. Nigerian wahala, as well, Nigeria always say, Nigerian wahala no dey finish. If we talk and talk and talk today, I promise you, from tomorrow till Sunday till Monday, there will be new events that will play itself for us to discuss on Tuesday next week. That is how crazy the country we are in right now is. In insane land, you hear one death is too much, one death is too much, one person death that is recorded is enough. But in Nigeria, every day we come out, you hear 30 people died, 50 people. And I got the information I got this actually was that from in Plateau State. I'll jump into that. Let me set the ball rolling first. So, guys, everybody on the platform, I just indulge every single one of you. Please take the next few seconds, the next few minutes, retweet the space, share the space, like the space. Let the whole world know that the number one space on X is back and we are up and running. And as usual, we take no prisoners. I don't even know whether many of us ever know that we are back or we don't like we are back. When I say retweet the space, now waiting for me. Do you want me to come and use your hands and press retweet, like, and share the space? Please take the next few seconds, retweet the space, like the space, share the space. Let's get our people into the conversation. Let us have that conversation that they don't want to have. As you now see the topic today, the topics are well detailed out. Please, if you come up here and you want to speak, you must not speak on all the topics. We're trying to make sure that we have as much speakers as possible. And I would love to have people that I know people from this some we'll be having some people from the middle belt today coming on the space, hopefully to shed more light because many people in Nigeria don't understand the dynamics of what is at play in the middle belt, especially on the plateau. I will share my experience on the course of the space because I grew up, I spent all my teenage life on the plateau. So I am a first-hand witness of the experiences. I have my personal experience. I have my own. In fact, most times I don't. People, you might rarely see I have tweets on the plateau because when I see these issues, I just develop PTSD. It is. I remember my childhood growing up. How many times we had to run away as kids because of Amphara. If you're on the plateau and hear Anfara, you understand what it means. His next thing is Zoom. You're running for your dear lives. It is real life. So when many of us have experienced these things, come out here and when we see people jostling for war, jostling for crisis, fighting, oh no, 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 we just calm down because we have experienced it. When you live real life, you live real time in what is happening, what these people are passing through. You understand that all it takes is 1 second, one wrong move. It doesn't come down to how wealthy you are, how protected you are. You are one wrong move from a mob action. Many people I know, I had lost friends, lost relatives, lost properties to this crisis. And we are back again, same circle, only that it has gotten worse. And on the platform today, I want to hear people's stories, people's experiences. Let us carry this conversation up to the next level. Thank you, my brother, in Nigeria. Guys, we're about to get the space started. Let's get our people into the building. Please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let us jump into this conversation. Okay. I'm going to start this space today by just probably sharing my own story, my part of my journey on the plateau, growing up as a kid. Um, then it was relatively very peaceful in the 90s, and you see you get to see all of us growing together. Okay, I'll just give a caveat so that people understand what I'm saying. The current Super Eagles captain, used to be teammates with me. We all played football together. I grew up playing football with kids from different um, religious beliefs, different cultures. Plateau said it's called the home of peace and tourism. All through my teen life, I never for one day heard when I say my sorry my when I was my childhood growing up. I'm not going to jump into teens yet. I never for one day heard gunshot. The only sound that sounded like a gunshot I ever heard in my life was in the seasons when they are blowing knockouts. When we blow knockouts, that was the gunshot we knew. I never heard a gun go bow, bow. Never. Till we grew up, and I think it was the 2001 crisis where it started. And all of a sudden, there were killings. And I'm saying this because it goes both ways. But we all know how the killing started. There was killings and there were reprisal killings, and there were killings and reprisal killings, and people's houses were being burnt, people were butchered, people were massacred, businesses were burnt, markets were targeted. Um, and pursue people from the farm, and cow people from the farm. The cow people killed the man. The man people gather people to come back and fight the cow people. That's the Fulanis, and the Fulanis now retreated and attacked the community. It has always been like that. I think this is the basis of how this stuff started. So when religion and politics came into it, I did not understand. I was still a very young child, just knowing that Christians are being killed by Muslims, churches are being burnt, most Christians retaliate, kill Muslims back, mosques are being burnt, and that was how growing up. In fact, it got to a point whereby there are areas that were now designated do not pass through. So when I'm coming back from school, from secondary school, there are places that we stop on the highway. I will stop on the highway. We have to trek. I trek like some 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers to get to my house. But because of that whole area have been collected, because and what it's very, very crazy what happens because now I'm not understanding when people like them Kenyan Pajo come on and say some things that it is like a replacement. It is really truly a replacement because growing up, all those places that were killed, people were killed and they were burned, were occupied. You will willingly see your house that your father built with his money. You can't go back to that house because they have been raised down. A new set of people have come in as occupants from a new different tribe, a new different religion, and have occupied that whole area. So we grew up seeing all these things, and it was all restricted to just North and just South local government. So if you're on the plateau, you understand what I'm saying, that all these major crises were in Angwan Ukuba, Angwan, then you come to Bukuru, then you come to, I'm trying to remember all these names because I honestly, I just try to forget all these things. I had to wipe out these memories from my head because you see, the life on the plateau changed drastically and you see young people. Look at what happened. Look at that video that went viral yesterday. You could see young boys that have soaked their hands in blood. And when you see the retaliation, when the people of that community retaliate and probably kill 1, 2, 3 Fulani headsmen or Fulani terrorists, whatever you want to call them, you will see that it is still young people that will do the same thing. So many young people have either been mass hypnotized to be murderers or in the spirit of retaliation been murderers also. So I grew up knowing so many young people. In fact, I wanted to raise an alarm when I watched a viral video that went with the Super Eagles. Somebody that is working with the Super Eagles that I saw in that bus, you guys saw that bus video where they were singing praise and worship. I saw somebody in that video that I know personally that was one of the masterminds of the crisis that burnt my family's property, that killed Christians that I know on that bus. And when I saw that video, I was shocked. I could not do. When I saw him, I was shocked. And I'm gonna paint this story for you guys to understand. That particular guy is someone that I personally know. Personally, he was. Oh, God have mercy. I'm not going to call his name, but I know if you're on a plateau or you live where I live, you understand this guy, that particular person. We used to play football. So when Mikel Obi used to come back to Nigeria, Mikel Obi played football just behind my house. The Obi and Snow played football just behind my house. So I know all these guys firsthand stories. And when Mikel comes back to play football, when it's off season and they come back to train back in the local with the locals, when they're going for Super Eagles engagement, Mikel carries this guy. He turned out to be Mikel Obi's mascot. Mikel traveled with this guy across Africa, all the tournaments, all those nation cups, all the qualifiers, traveled with him. And when the guy is going, he makes portraits of Nigerian footballers and their wives, and he takes it with them. I follow this guy personally. I'm not saying I heard or I know I follow him personally to the person that goes to draw these artworks. And the drawer designs artworks for him, and he takes these artworks and go on to the Super Eagles camp and take this artwork to the footballers. So he takes it to Obafemi Martins, to Ayegbeni, and all those. He draws them and take it there, and they give him big bucks in euros. Then and he takes it, comes back home. So he was living the best of life. So when I heard I've brought this guy to my house, my own house, my family house, back then in Jos. My mom, my family, they knew this guy. So when the crisis happened, I think it was either 2011 crisis, the 2011 crisis, when 2011 crisis happened, when this guy, he led the squad that came marching to my house. My parents on the run. I was not in Plateau. I was in Jos. I was in university then back in UN. When my mom called me, that they were running for their lives when they saw this guy that led the squad. He was one that led the squad of people that came to my house looking for my people. Ended up burning our properties, ended up burning our shops. And I saw this guy in the Super Eagles van. He is now officially working. I don't know the role he's serving. I don't know what he's doing. But for him to be in that circle, it means he has been elevated to probably a among the football squad and everything. So I'm painting this for you guys to understand that the perpetrators of these dastard acts are people that are working hand in hand. That are on social media with me and you. You see that person that videoed, you saw that person with a knife, videoed that guy that cut that guy's neck. He had a knife in his hand. That guy posted that video somewhere, probably on his handle, on his social media or something. So I witnessed the Plateau Massacre myself growing up. That was after that incident. My family had to relocate from Plateau State. Totally, we left Plateau State and went to the east. So I personally, when I come out and I see this Plateau Massacre, when I see people talk about it, I see people tweet, when I see people make jokes about it, when I see people drag it from different angles, I don't even know what to say, because if not for the grace of God, that 5 families that died, which my family would have, my family would have been that family. I know people that are victims. One of my good friends that had to join the Nigerian military because of this thing. His younger sister, they used to sell akara in the front of her house. They came to the house. These young terrorists came to the house and they cut off the girl's hand. A very beautiful girl. She has one hand today. I don't know where that guy is right now. Since we left Plateau State, I lost contact with him, so I don't even know where he is right now. I don't know where I pray to God that he's still alive in the military. If he has not been killed by Boko Haram, I do not even know. So many people, so many young people's lives on the Plateau have been messed up. And growing up then, it has not gone so viral to the point whereby we hear that it has gotten to Mangu. And these places are places that I know personally, because my dad used to work in Barrack in Ladi. My dad drives from Barrack in Ladi to Jos South every single day. Every single day. Barrack in Ladi today, Mary is a crisis laden area. Mangu right now is a crisis laden area. We have farms in Mangu. These people are predominantly farmers. They have no single trouble, if you have not lived on the plateau, you will never understand how hospitable these people are. The best set of people I've seen in my life. If you live on the plateau, they have no problem. All they just want is to just live life, have fun, just live life and exist. Apparently, some people that have an agenda, either to dominate them or to recolonize them, have found a way to get control of the Nigerian system. The Nigerian government are totally in bed with these people, because for me, I say this all the time, that the Nigerian system under APC is a system that has been brought in to entrench the Islamization of Nigeria. And this is no insult to our Muslim brothers and sisters. I will never for one day disrespect anybody's religion, or whatever your belief is, that is on you and your God. But you cannot see what is at play since Buhari came into power. And I'm starting, if you heard my submission, you can understand when I said this Plateau crisis has been ongoing. It's not like it's a today something. But for the way it went spiral and went from Plateau to Benue to part of Kogi, and you can evidently see the handwork of these Fulani terrorists in all the forests, even in Edo State. I was on a phone call today with someone someone that gets security out, that gives me some security information, and he was telling me that what is happening in in Edo State, it's not being reported. That the terrorism at play is not even reported. So there is a grand plan that I don't know I don't know the people that I don't want to come out and say. I will always say what I know on this platform, because for me on this platform we are based on facts and figures, and if it's not based on facts and figures, I don't come and give hypotheses, or I think no. I said we're giving projections. What is happening in Nigeria? When Badamosi came in on our last place and he talked about arming yourselves, many people were in my DMs. In fact, I was in one minute I said DM, he said, please let him do disclaimer. But honestly speaking, as it stands right now in Nigeria, we're in trouble. There is serious trouble in that country. That agenda of Islamization, no matter how you want to see it, and I'm saying this so that people do not understand, the Muslims do not get so look like, oh, there's an attack on Islam. No, there's not an attack on Islam. Your religion is being used to fulfill the plans of a certain set of people. It is important you guys understand is that the religion called Islam is being used to fulfill the plans of some certain set of people. And if we, as we always say on this platform, that if there's any people that should be the loudest voice in condemning what is being used, it should be our Muslim brothers and sisters. I always say it on this platform. Same way I told our brothers from the Southwest, and I said, and same way people like us championed it when people like the Simon Epa were running mad. We were here shouting. I said, if there's any voice that can champion or call out any agitation, it should be voices that represent that demography. If you don't shout and say your truth, people that are Nigerians feel with, some people in Nigeria don't even understand that in Plateau say there's like 50 something tribes. Many people don't understand these things. But when you keep quiet and you just stay and act like only defending Islam, no, then you are now making Islam to be what people say it is. You can't tell me that your religion is a religion of peace. Why people use your religion every single moment they have to kill people, to commit heinous crimes, and when people come out and cry, you tell them, no, that those people are not Muslims. We were on social media and I saw how the Muslim community rose for Palestine. And Nigeria, I'm not going to say Nigerians. All those people are silent today as Plateau is being wiped out. We can see the military are in bed with these people. And today I called out and I said, because at the end of all these conversations, I'm still going to channel this whole conversation back to the leadership of the Middle Belt. I do not understand whether it is docility or cowardness. I don't know the term to use to describe how a set of people will see their people being massacred and do nothing about it. The Southwest did not wait for them to kill 100 people in the Southwest. They opened Amotekun. The Southeast did not wait for 1,000 people to be killed. Even if we know that they are the governors, those ones are useless. They opened it in retaliation to what Nnamdi Kanu opened ESN. They opened something. What are the governors in the Middle Belt waiting for? Is it until they wipe out one state, and rename the state, and rename the people, and rename the region, that they will wake up and say, it is time for us to fund a security outfit to defend our people? Because as it stands, the military are in bed. I made a tweet earlier and I said, Buhari rehabilitated terrorists. That I dey craze. My head they catch fire. If it's the voice of my my brother Dr. Badi, you say my armpits they catch fire. As in, I'm wondering, as in, how on earth do you rehabilitate Boko Haram terrorists? Then you just don't do that. You push some into the society and you bring in some into the military. How on earth? How on earth do you make a terrorist? Ha! So some of the people that are going to send with guns to go to Bangu as military people were former Boko Haram members, and you expect them to see their siblings killing people and shoot at them? Or is there any brain or is there any sense, is there any calculation that can lead to our military today working effective? There is none. I keep asking, I'm like, are we living in a twilight zone, or are we living, where are we as Nigerians? Where the hell are we? As a Nigerian, as Nigerians, is the political arm of Hamas, is the political arm of Boko Haram. It is just like the Hamas of of Gaza. APC are the political wing of terrorism in this country. They shield the terrorists, they rehabilitate the terrorists, they send them back into the community to act. That is the work of APC. And if we as a people don't kill APC, APC will honestly kill and destroy this country. And in the midst of all this carnage, all that is happening in Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that freaking criminal, decided to travel. In the midst of all this nonsense, that man decided to go on vacation, in quote, on vacation, private leave to France. And on the violence page, I remember the first articles led out by Parallel Facts. I remember that first article on the Chaguris, Gilbert Chaguris. I indulge all of you. Please make your research on the Chaguris, please. Take your time and go and research on the people that originally own Nigeria as we speak right now. The money launderer of Abacha. The man that owns 80% of Victoria Island, Lagos. The man that owns Eco Atlantic. Tinubu's godfather. Do your research on that person. He's resident in France. The man that is a key sponsor of the Democratic Party in America. So when you see some of us come out and speak and stand against Biden, it's not as if we are not worried. We just want Trump. No. We have information that we know. You think it is? You think that we know what's happening in Plateau better than people that in the White House? There is no security information on the surface of this earth that does not get into the hands and the briefing of the President of America. They have everything. They know everything. They are participating as we speak right now in Yemen. They are bombing the Houthis in Yemen. Go and do your research for yourself and you find out. But the Secretary of State came into Nigeria a few days back. I think when we had violence on Tuesday. On Wednesday he came. I mean, is it Tuesday he came? And all he cared about was Nigeria to stop arresting LGBTQ. That was why he came to Nigeria. Not the Nigerians dying on the plateau. Not the Nigerians. Not how can we help you guys get away from this we're past recession now. This great depression you guys are going in your economy. Not about the massive kidnapping going on in the country. Not the bombing in the country. Not how volatile the Sahel is right now. None of those things concerns them. So for some of us, it's a moral duty. It's a moral right and moral duty for some of us going to this year that we will campaign with our blood, with our might to make sure that the DNC does not win the next election in America. I don't care what I say all the time. I say, if it is one vote I can get for against DNC, I will get that vote. And if I lose people because you don't agree with my decision, there is no problem. But ask yourself this question: what is more important for Nigerians today? What is more important for me and you today? Is it the survival of this country or your own personal selfish, my immigration? Ask yourself that question. And I'll wrap up with our brothers in the Ronu camp. You know, when we come out here and we speak most times, these people don't understand. When we speak and we speak and we speak, they feel like, oh, it is all banter, it is all cruise, it is all this, it is all that. We all saw the big shout out to the person, whoever leaked and broke out that story. I think it's Jackson who did that, broke it out. So let me give him his kudos. I think he broke out that story about what happened in Grenada. And if you're not seeing videos, I will find videos that are attached here. So you see that in the midst of this suffering in Nigeria, men, they ball. People are having fun. APC no rate Nigerians at all. APC leaders no say Nigerians at all. And I will wrap up with what the person I had a phone call with earlier on today told me the way out for Nigerians. That is the way out that is the only way out for Nigerians. That's why I'll wrap up my submission today. But I hope you guys saw what happened in Granada. 7 days event for a sugar look at the sugar daughter because she just turned 50 years. And who is who traveled there with SanwoOlu? So why those people were dragging DRV's wife for defaulting on her loan of $770? You see how satanic and how brain dead it is to be an APC supporter. While you were dragging and insulting DRV's wife for 770 pounds, listen, SanwoOlu was sponsoring a birthday with a budget of nothing less than $6 million. Is that his pocket money? We all know where that money came out from. Lagos taxpayers' money. And I'm gonna try and find videos and attach it so you guys will see when they say luxurious party. That was luxury at its epitome. You can't beat that. What happened the past 7? I think it ended. When was it ended 2 days ago, 23rd. 7 days of back-to-back banger. The best of the best models from Miami, the best of the best ballerine dancers from Trinidad and Tobago. Everything was in full display. Your highest artists, them, they there. They spread dollars like say. They ask you asking, is it the same dollars the Nigerian economy is looking for? In full display. And these are the people you as a Ronu bandit, you're doing bigotry for. People that do not care about you, people that they don't even know you exist. Then when you see people like us that are fighting for the collective good of every Nigerian, because if Nigeria works for me, it works for everybody. You tag us as emergency Nigerian lovers. And you write on your bios, Patriot, you put the Nigerian flag. I love Nigeria. What irony. Hopefully you guys watch that video and see how your Commonwealth is being blown on frivolities. Then you now come to terms and understand that salvaging Nigeria has nothing to do with tribe or religion, has nothing to do with party. It has to do with Nigerians constantly saying enough is enough. And I wrap up my submission by saying the only solution to us saving Nigeria from the phone call I had today, of which I've been saying it since yesterday, in fact, I've been saying it for as long as is the Jerry Rawlings style of Ghana. That was exactly what I was told today, that Nigeria is finished. The only saving grace is a Jerry Rawlings style happening in Nigeria. If not, my brothers and sisters, before our eyes, I'm not a prophet of doom, I'm just saying it, but before our eyes, we will see Nigeria born. And if what I'm saying is false, time, the revealer of all things, will bear us witness. Welcome to the Vawulence Space, my brothers and sisters. Let's have an amazing conversation as we always do. Thank you for joining us. Let me bring up speakers right now. Welcome to Nigeria. It's good to have you again. I think I will just pass up the mic to you right now. Let's open up the floor. Guys that requested for the mic and dropped, we'll open up the floor as usual. This space, please, for those that just joined us late, I just want to pass this information to everyone. The Vawulence Space now officially starts by 8 o'clock Nigerian time and ends officially by 11 o'clock. We'll be doing everything within our power to make sure that we stay within this time frame, because it takes a whole lot from us to make sure that these spaces keep going on twice a week as much as possible. So please help us as I always on the platform. Share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's get our people into the conversation. Let's have a wonderful deliberation as I've always done. And most importantly, please, if you have first-hand experience from what's happening on the plateau, come out here and share. And if you think there's another solution, because for me, I've said it, the only solution for me, I feel and I see. Some people have said divide the country. Some people have said divide it into 6, 7, 8, 10. I've heard a whole lot. Let us have that conversation. And I believe we have gotten to the point in time in Nigeria now that every solution should be on the table. There is not discussion. There is no topic that should be. Oh no, that is off topic. Because before you might come and say, don't discuss about people harming themselves. No. Nothing is off topic as stands on Nigeria because the life of people is the most important thing. Is the life of human beings, and if human beings are not alive, then there is no country. Very, very, very important. Well, Nigeria, please come to the conversation now. Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, Emir Saddam, bro. Good evening, and good evening to everybody on the space. Mommy B, I can see you. Okay, I can see our brother Soul. I can see Mommy Mandona. I think it's been long I heard Mommy Mandona speak. Mommy Mandona, Tianka Dede, Chief Waikena, Polonium, Rita, Mr. Goswell, or Senator Goswell, like we like to call you, Tags. Mr. Kolade, Fatai, Joe Obedient. The people have not really heard their voice on spaces. Joe Obedient, Alpha, Dr. Olu, Inem, how you doing? Rogo, Temp, Reform Joss, Chief SIM card, as in SIM card of the. I don't know if I should say the SIM. There are so many SIM card, but our brother SIM card, the stand-up comedian and event host. Good evening, everybody. Julius, Naira Exchange, Oluwadami, Larry, Ponty. If I don't call your name, no vessel. There are so many people. I'm just trying to give. No, that Jimmy they do this thing before, so I just Jimmy has. I bet Jimmy do not come back. This your shoe is too big. It's oversized. I mean, good evening, everybody on the space. Shout out to you all. In fact, like Saddam said, those of you that are listening anonymously, shout out to you as well. So I'll just say my one or two, give my 1 or 2 cents. I'm not able to follow a lot that is happening in Nigeria, and to be honest, if I want to be very honest with you, low key my mind. For my sanity, I almost feel like, thank God I'm busy, so that because of course I know if I was not as busy, maybe I would have been immense because for how much all of us obedient typically love Nigeria, it's so hard. I mean, sometimes I wish I could just look the other way. Someone said it on the space some days back. I wish I could just pretend like I'm not a Nigerian. Let me just not get bothered, but it is so hard. It is nearly impossible. It is. I don't know how some people do it. I mean, I understand some people may have gone through a lot of trauma being in Nigeria. So when they eventually leave Nigeria, they are like off they go, like they don't look back. But for some of us, I mean, I can't hold them response. I can't blame them basically, but I just know it's a difficult place to be in. So I understand when I see each and every one of you here out here every time, in what seems to be some kind of hopeless situation. We just want to keep pushing. It's only through love for country, it's only through patriotism that can make you do that. There is nothing else. It is too stressful being a Nigerian. I won't even lie. As in, being a Nigerian citizen, home or abroad, it is too stressful. As in, like you just think about what Nigeria has to offer normally, and you're like, what is going on? What is going on? So for me, it's really sad what is happening, and to think that when we are just the point where we are trying to get used to not I mean, we're not supposed to be used to any of these things, but because it's almost like we're in an abusive relationship, every now and then we try to get used to whatever is going on. But it just looks as if at every point in time when we try to also get used to it, these people just, I don't know, they just do something else, and you're like, what is going on? So, first of all, I want to say kudos to everybody, and let me add my voice to, and I'm going to say this because I think, when you do something for a long time and you don't stop doing it, you may now forget how to do it. Please, we are not joining this space. Go and retweet this space. I know some of us, because of the, generally the break and probably the reduction in motivation, may make us forget. Because even me sometimes when I come up, because normally when I come up Vawulence space, the first thing, if I even look who the host or not the host, the first thing I go to is the comment section and like and retweet. That's like, it was almost like a culture. So I discovered that since we returned, I almost get to forget. I'm not remember how you've not retweeted and like this space. So I want to assume, I just want to assume, I want to give you the benefit of doubt that you forgot, right? I don't want to believe your problem is with retweeting. I don't know if the, I don't want to believe maybe your, except maybe I understand if that's your problem if you're an abado, right? If I mean if I was an abado, which it's so awkward to imagine, I would also feel like that. I would want to retweet a space that would make people feel sane and, would enlighten people, would make people know what's really going on in Nigeria. But if not, if that's not the case for you, I really do not see why you shouldn't be retweeting a space. It's not, I mean, anybody, if you know me, I'm not one for, oh, I just want a space with many people. For me, left for me, if there's not many people, we can just quickly, those of us that are here can quickly have a smooth discussion and even round up earlier than what Saddam said. If we can round up by 10 safe, I'll be very happy. And just that would be like so much good 1 hour saved, or over 1 hour saved for myself. But it's really because I know there are a lot of people around these streets of X that are just roaming around. So please let's retweet the space so that we can probably get as many that want to join. Not really, if they don't want to join, it's also very fine by me. That want to be in the space to also know what's happening, and you may never know, like someone could get in and give us that solution we are looking for, hopefully. But yesterday, man, so I just came online. I hadn't been online like for most part of the day. I came online and I think the first thing I just saw was that video. That's the first thing I saw. And then later on I saw like a couple of scrolls after that. I saw the video by the I think the Khan chairman in Mango or something. Like if you I'm sure a lot of you have seen that video. And see, I couldn't, normally, like you see a video and maybe you want to add your voice, like you also want to give your take, you probably want to share, like get the video, and also share the video. To be honest, even me, waiting me, I never look now, I'll go to share with people code it. As in, I couldn't see that. Like I said it during the last piece, I said the ease of debt. In Nigeria, we are supposed to be going after ease of doing business, but it's as if our main target is ease of debt. The ease of debt in Nigeria is too. I think for someone to die is like it's literally the easiest thing to happen in Nigeria. It's so easy, and normally this is like Nigeria where when they talk, people not they die. Like you say, this person not they die. Those they live, they live. But now people just like people kill people, and we are just going on like it's normal. We are just going on like, oh well, it's normal. Like I mean, it's not. We see it happen every time and all that. No. So I saw that yesterday, and God, I really do not know, because on Violence Space on Tuesday we were just talking. I think I was trying to announce like what was on the tier, like, oh, I think it was just on Tuesday, like a family that got burnt, and all that. So that was just Tuesday, yeah. That's the problem. That's the problem. Them, see, I said, this is not really banter. I'm not trying to just banter. It's APC is a mass. It's so it's so disheartening, man. Like side of the coin. So so I really just think defeated people in Nigeria, and I mean mentally defeated. if a country, as in where you are in the anyway, they too enjoy it anyway. So I really want to urge us, let's I know some of us, especially those of us in Nigeria, can be discouraging, a lot is happening, but I really just want to motivate us. Let's try, let's keep on pushing. Let's keep on pushing. But I'm just going to end on this note. And it's my regular. I really hope it's my regular this thing. For those of you that were young Tuesday, I told you that so it went to 1,377 as of today. I don't know if I say congratulations to the dollar, but as of today, Naira was 1,400. And I'm these are like the meticulous figures. Like I say every time, Naira exchange, whatever, uses like the least they can get it to. I haven't like tweeted earlier. Haven't Euro don't eat 1.5. Euro is 1,500, and this was a figure that pounds was about to hit just some. And explaining me, it's not just about the figures, so people don't get me wrong. It's about the time. That's why I'm doing it by time. It's about the time. So this is not a case of Nigeria is falling gradually. So yeah, Nigeria is falling gradually. Nigeria is falling. Nigeria is just sinking. Like yes, it is sunk. It's just going further into the abyss, like at the speed of light. Do you know what it means? Oh my God. Do you know what it means? That in 2 days, what is 2 days? In less than 48 hours, a currency does plus 23. Plus 23. Like a country's currency. Bloomberg was right. The ICE said it here some days back. Like, the record. I mean, the naira at this rate is going to break the record, even what Bloomberg had predicted. And people don't know how this trickle down into. Okay, I'm preaching to the choir. You guys know how this trickle down into the prices of things. To talk about the fact that there is no significant increase. I can bet that there is no organization in Nigeria that has increased the salary of their staff by even the very least. Because the truth is that the fact that not the naira, the fuel subsidy, there was a triple of the cost of the price of fuel increased by like over 300%. One would have expected that, okay, maybe one way or the other employers will increase by at least 100%. It won't still be enough, but at least to look like something. But I'm quite sure that little or few or no employer in Nigeria, and you can't blame them, especially private ones anyway. I mean, you can't blame some of them, let me not say all of them, but have increased people's salary. Like, nobody's salary has been increased. So I just look at it and like, how do people cope in Nigeria? Man, our endurance level, our endurance level. It go bad if after you don't be Nigeria, you don't live for Nigeria, you go still go fire. That's just the truth. As in, if after being in Nigeria, you now still go to hell. That's I think that's like the worst combo that can happen to anybody. So it's for me, it's really disheartening. I really want to I don't know if I should sympathize with our fellow obedience in Nigeria. I to be honest, my mind, I hope and I wish that maybe by next week Thursday's violence space, when I'm giving Naira updates, I would say it has reduced. Like at least let's hope that it has dropped from 1,400, right? So it doesn't. And some make people not say, "Oh, you are wishing Nigeria wrong or something." But I really wish. I mean, I'll be glad to announce next week, not for the sake of APC, but really for the sake of my fellow Nigerians and especially obedience. especially those that wanted or that want good governance for their sake, those that are in Nigeria. I would hope that on Thursday or Tuesday next week during Vawulence Space, when we are talking about the figures, I hope it will be lower, but I can't really bet on it. I can't really bet on it. In fact, let me quickly add this. So the 1 million man match crew is back soon. The 1 million, we're going to be starting the 1MMC spaces, not as regular as it used to be, from Saturday, this coming Saturday. We plan to do Saturdays and Sundays. I'm sure very soon you see it all over the place. I'm even sure by this Saturday, during 1MMC space, if we are looking at exchange rate, it would have changed from what I just said now. And that is so disheartening. But anyway, I don't know if I should let's be praying for Nigeria. I don't know what to say. But like Saddam said, the only thing that can change Nigeria now, this is very honest. So we may never get there. I'm not saying I'm sure we'll get there. We may never get there, but the only thing that can change the current Nigeria is really something drastic. Something, I don't know how to put it. A revolution is the word, but as in a revolution way mount. I think I just understand. Some of you that are Nigerians understand. Revolution way mount. That's really it too. I mean, for now, maybe the best you can get. That's why, like I said last time, if you want to be, within your local place, your councillor, your council, your local government, your house of rep, your house of assembly, you can try. You can. I don't think you should stop. You can try. Build the political structure to at least just manage so that at least they could help you cushion the national effect. But for a real change, a real lasting change in Nigeria, Omo, go hard. Anyway, on that note, I'll just say welcome everybody. NC's just joined us as I was speaking. Welcome NC's. Welcome everybody on the space. I'm sure NC's will probably, I don't know if, at any time, even though person they talk, NC's wants to give his submission. I'm sure it will pop in. So let's just allow him take a breather. Saddam, I guess we can start taking speakers.
Yeah, I think we are attached. When we are attached to something, we try not to. Since before the election, before the campaign, if you've been here, you've always seen we have always called out the religious leaders. Big shout out to those that are speaking. Those that are speaking, we forever, in times like this, will forever be respected. Those that spoke, that saw the dangers of this evil satanic ticket, this evil satanic APC ticket coming to front. Some saw it and they were speaking out loud because they understand how dangerous it is. That right now that people are saying Christians are killed, Christians are killed, Christians are killed. Who even freaking care? Who can
Where's the
speak for the
Oshibanjo
Christians?
to commemorate and commiserate? No Christian. Shetima, don't travel.
Who is nobody to speak for the people? Are your religious leaders acting like they do not know or they do not see that Christians are being killed in Plateau State? Are they not seeing it, or is it that they are only all their antenna is tuned to Palestine and Israel? And if we come out here and we talk about this, your religious leaders, and many people will now come out and say, don't leave them. They don't talk about them. No, 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 no. You're protecting and shielding people that have the platform to speak for you. How loud can my voice be compared to the voice of Adiboye? How loud can this platform be compared to the platform of a bishop, a bishop? somebody, a cooker or a, just name them. How loud can our tweets be compared to the Christian organization standing up and making a firm decision? But in the midst of all these things, all we get is silence and can't telling Nigerians to pray for Tinubu. I say if you want to see real Christians, you go to the north and the middle belt. Then you see where Christianity is truly practiced. Not this nonsense we do in the south. Christianity of convenience. That's what people practice in the south. No wonder they all open their branches, and when they open their branches and they start from Lagos, they carry it all from Lagos to across the south east to the south. From there, zoom, they carry it to London. They cannot have a branch in Kaduna. They cannot have a branch in Borno, where people really need salvation. Among Nigerians, we as a people, I'm saying it because when you start dissecting the evil being done to us as a country, you see that many of us as a people were even enablers, either by omission or by commission, either by sentiment or by association. We are enabling the same thing. Someone came out and told us that Saul will come before, Saul will come first. And some of us called him out and people turned it to be religion. Oh, they are only attacking pastors from this area. Wait. And I'm wondering, okay, Saul is here now. My brothers and sisters, we really, as a people, we have to take that mirror and look at ourselves and actually say, are you in this fight for a new Nigeria that we're fighting for? In fact, at this point in time, some people have come to insult me, say, stop calling new Nigeria. There's nothing like one Nigeria. There's nothing like that. In fact, as I am now, I just open myself and see the one I want to say. Everything is on the table. If you don't believe in Nigeria anymore, that one is on you. Nigeria has acted a whole lot for many people to truly. Now you can understand why people have ulterior motive and agendas. You can now see reasons why. Come on, man, let me just pass the mic. Yes, you can come in right now, man. If you're ready to speak right now, bro, you can come in right now. If not, we just open up the floor for Nigerians to yeah. Because
No. Continue the show.
well, Nigeria, please, back to you. Let's get it done.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Saddam. It's difficult to have this conversation without that level of passion. All right, but anyway, please, if you know you're in the speaker section, today let's just have a very good, meaningful, constructive conversation. Please, if you know you're in the speaker section and you intend to speak, just ensure your hand is up so because it's kind of easier that way. It's better that way rather than I start to call you and you're not there and start to say, where you go now? You there, waiting, where you did they do. Please, so if you know you're in the speaker section and you intend to speak, please raise up your hand. And if you know you're in the listener section and you intend to speak, do well to request the mic. Now I know some of now they wait like 5 minutes to wait one end, you can't request the mic. Or when it's now, I probably will want to shorten the time because we are getting close to the end to look very unfair to you, but it's because there was a lot of time for you to speak slightly freely, not really as if you can speak just all the time anyway. But we are going to start with Mommy B. After Mommy B, we'll go to Saul. So Mommy B, please go ahead.
Oh my God, good evening from my side, Saddam, N6, Minin, so everybody on the speaker section that's listening.
Mommy,
Good evening.
there's that noise again. Is he your fan?
Oh, hold on. Hey,
Hope, Mommy B, hope
enemies
you are
of
not moving your own
progress.
fan to Lagos.
I literally just got back from work. I have not slept. I didn't sleep last night. My soul was just you see, usually I jump on pass when I see videos. When I see videos, I don't but the videos I've been seeing, God. At a point I was like asking God, is it that there are no righteous people left in Nigeria that you're allowing this to happen to us? Because after you vex finish, not to ask God again, because I was so perplexed with the casualness of the way they butchered that man, and I was like, something that I've always been worried about is like I'm seeing it unfold before my very eyes. A situation where we have no leaders. The people are on their own. Right. And if you see how troubled in spirit, I bet when it got to 5 a.m., I was like, Banali, don't even try and close your eyes for 1 hour, because God knows it's lunchtime before you open your eyes. So I just got up, had my shower, and went to work. And I was just praying, let none of my clients give me stress today, because I would tell them about Nigeria because what they are seeing as problems, are not problems, and it's so disheartening because especially when you know that for the last year plus before the campaign started, we were shouting this thing, right? And I knew, right, that the Tinubu went into an unholy alliance, right, with a proviso that he carries on what Buhari started, right? And literally, Buhari came to activate the final phase, but couldn't get it done. And now this one is unlooking. Nothing, no statements, no support, blatantly killing people. And I know some people still are thinking, middle belt, make them do this, make them do that, make them do. You don't know what it feels like to go into a fight with somebody. They don't tie your hands behind your back. They can't put blindfold, right? And you go into that fight. In fact, the way they will finish you, no be smart. And that is what they're doing to these people. Because even those who, as members of the armed forces, are supposed to protect them, are standing by. It's almost as if, how before Saul Saul became Paul, when they were stoning Stephen, somebody who they hold court for them while they stoned. And now that is what I felt like watching that yesterday. That these people, how there's so many ways in which you could say, oh, no worry, I did your side. But seeing that, it was so disheartening, right? But they've had 8 years during which all shades of terrorists have been going into the armed forces. When we were crying about it, people, oh, they're repentant. Where else in the world? Repentant like how? You not even tried these people. They are not tried. They weren't charged. They didn't have a trial, right? They didn't get like life. In fact, if we are to go by our penal code, right, they should, because they have killed people, right? And you're now saying you're rehabilitating them, right? So are we surprised? Our armed forces have been severely compromised. So if we're looking for hope from that side, it's not coming. When at the start of space, when Saddam was talking about Jerry Rawlings, somebody saying that. See, my stepfather, right, back in the 80s, was when he was talking about there needs to be a Jerry Rawlings type scenario in Nigeria, where they go carry all of them, line them up. Babish no day again. line them all up wherever. Hmm? And for corruption, everybody, if you have embezzled this amount, finish them off. Right? Let us clear the deck, start again. But my only fear is corruption. It almost feels like corruption is a Nigerian, and the vast majority, if you give them power and access to um um state or federal coffers, they will steal their own part, because that is how, for the last decades, that is the Nigerian way. So I'm kind of like, ugh, where do we turn? At me, that I kind of like say, okay, I'm not gonna. There's certain things that you pray for, and God will be whispering in my ears that, but I gave you the intellect. How about you put your brain to use and stuff? Hey, last night, hey, I was like, yeah, I was like, uh, I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. I'm like, oh, the middle belt, the help coming from. That's how desperate I was, and how grieved I was in spirit, because what's going on is, oh my God, apart from it being heartbreaking, if you are not angry, I don't know why you're not angry. But here's the thing: I still see people thinking, oh, we shouldn't mention tribe. What do you mean don't answer, don't call tribe? The people where they do the thing, who are they? Not be Fulani people, and some Hausa plunkers have joined them. If they are the ones killing, so why won't we mention it? And when they were killing that guy, butchering him as if he was a layer, when they were doing that, no be allow, haram, and then the people have the audacity to come and tell you it's not religious. I saw all the shenanigans on the timeline, and I was like, no, this is where you now stand firm. Right? And I know it's easy to say it has not reached my side, and be that selfish Nigerian that will be praying that it doesn't reach your side. As far as I am concerned, yes, I come from the Southwest, but I am from the Middle Belt. So whatever happens to them has happened to me. And that should be all our mindsets. Because if we do not see ourselves, right, as it being our fight, it is our fight, then we already have a problem. Right? I know people say don't talk about talk, no action. Well, no one's coming onto spaces to tell you strategy. Violence space always tells that to people, but I still hear people saying it. But guess what? These are talk small by small, and it's not even the government, because I was thinking about that as well, right? Because we know that Western governments, right, and they can be absolute assholes, right? They will do anything that benefits them. However, you see where public opinion does not sway African governments like that. It's where the Oyibo people know they like them. Right. So the fact that I have people who are not Nigerian, who are not African, right, who are Brits, right, coming to me and telling me, well, Sada, come and carry Kayla. Because you can hear her screaming. Who are asking me and saying, oh my God, that is happening, right? Somebody at work, I must have shared my number for something. She saw my status update. She came to me. She was like, I checked the route. I saw that you were on duty. Oh my God, is that really happening? Like, this isn't like play thing. I'm like, yes. So it's like, hey, these are the people that we need. Right? Because when you have a groundswell of support from the common men in all the places that Nigerians exist, Pele Oyibo person, did you hear about this? Did you know that this is going on? If you know that person to be a Christian, even better. Tell them, right? Ask them, have you told your church? Right? Do you want leaflets? Print some off with their resources. If you need it, I will give. The group has done so much that we can share, right? And give them the information. Right, because those are the people that, for example, here in the UK, those are the people that I'm going to say, all right, here's a QR code, click on it, write to your MP. Because after a certain number of letters on a particular subject, then the MP has to raise it in Parliament, right? And that is what we're going for. How is it that we're this plenty in the diaspora and we're not taking advantage? Likewise, the Democrats, they want Biden to be returned for a second term. Omo, let them work for your vote. Everything and anything we have to throw at this thing, even plus including arming these people. When you know what, Saddam, I didn't tell you this. You know, when David was like, oh, I'm taking you to the gun range, blah, 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 blah. Let me be honest. Here's me, right? Usually when my family is threatened, now my crutch, I lift, say I won't whack somebody. I have then decided that with all the shenanigans of these jihadists and all the nonsense that the UK allows, before we know it, he go reach here. And I want to make sure by that time I have my gun license and I have a gun in my house. Because before they come out the door, the moment I can't see myself, laying down to be slaughtered. No, it's not gonna happen, right? And so for me, it's if you were to ask my mom saw WhatsApp. She was screaming that, hey God, hey, I have told you are away from God. I didn't answer her because there was something in my psyche that, and I know it's seeing what is going on in Nigeria. It just made me so uncomfortable, and seeing what Hamas did to Israel. It has made me so uncomfortable, right? To a point where I'm thinking, how do I protect my family? Right? And so everything is on the table. Everything and anything is on the table right now. Because whether we like it or not, this is our fight, everyone's fight. Unless you're one of them, it is either you are for or you're against. So even if you're one of those people that are deliberately being quiet because you think they were dragging Islam, to be honest, to be 100% honest with you, let me be very honest. I am dragging Islam. Reason being, there's something about that ideology that people latch on to perpetrate these acts of, oh my God, I don't even know what to call it because it is not violence. This one that they are doing is beyond violence. Anyway, let me shut up. I yield and I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mommy B, for your submission. I mean, I can. I don't think anybody in their right senses would see what's happening in Nigeria and not be disturbed. It is disturbing. It's very, very disturbing. Anyway, all right, quickly, let's. I'll go to Saul. After Saul, we'll take. I'm trying to see the people that came up first. Please, if you're in the speaker section, like I said, and you intend to speak, ensure your hand is up. While Saul is speaking, if your hand is not up, I will have to take you back to the listener session so we can bring up some other people that want to speak. All right, after Saul, we'll come to Tosin.
All right, well meaning Nigeria, and thank you. And everybody on the space, good evening. It's good to talk before we forget. It's good to talk, and it's good to ensure that people are speaking, and we continue to talk and talk and talk until the wheels fall off. That's what we are born to do. After all, Christ is the word now. It's this voice, so we have to talk. At this point in time, I think, Saddam, you said a lot of what I wanted to say, well-meaning Nigerian as well. So I only just caveat on what you guys have said. Hopefully people will replay this space and listen to that submission by both of you and really, really get the crux of this whole thing. I think all the issues that were, that are really serious have been highlighted. So we will get, obviously, some people reacting on a different level, and I hope they bring light to it. From what you said, I'll start from well-meaning Nigerian, please. I will try and make this quick. Ease of death. That's one thing that really touches me in Nigeria. The way we take death lightly. We complain about this and complain about that, but you see, When death comes knocking and it comes in a horrible way, if people don't react, it's worrying. It's either they're not bothered, they're not concerned, or they don't know, or you know what, that is normal to them. But that is not the Nigeria that we know. That's not the Nigeria that we want, where you can allow death, especially when it's horrific, and just ignore it. But this thing is not new. There was another video I saw a couple of while ago. This particular video of them beheading, we have seen it. If you check your memory, you would know that this has happened a couple of times before. A couple of years, we've seen similar videos. We've seen one where literally the person's head was being chopped off, in the same region. So it's not today these things have started, but we are still relatively quiet about it. That is the concerning factor here. Very, very concerning. What has happened now is, right, like I said, we saw a video before where there was an accident, and what were the people doing? The people were scooping petrol and literally robbing the people who were dying and some people who were, struggling for life. Nigerians were robbing them. They moved on. Christmas Eve, we saw the insanity that happened in Christmas Eve. This is the day before the birth of Jesus Christ. For those who are Christians, you know how significant that is. The annoying thing in all that is not the fact that we did not react as a people, but the fact that the governor of the state the next day was having a party. Nigerians saw that as well. Relatively, that is ease of death on a level, because we ignored that situation. There was no outcry per se. There was just a few pockets of people shouting left, right, center, and then there you go, nothing happens. I promised myself earlier that I would not attend any space if they're not talking about the level of revolution, because I don't think there's any other conversation that surpasses that. It has to be pointed towards a kind of revolution. But the problem now is we might not even know what that is. Some people might even have a distorted view of what a revolution is supposed to be. They attach what they want you to do, attach that violence nature to it. So you feel like, you know what, I'm not ready to die. Well, I've said this many, many times. Listen to that great man almost every other day, right? So we look at the situation and say, okay, what are we really facing? Enablers of insecurities is what we're facing. I think like Saddam mentioned in it, that is what we're facing. Now, a lot of us enable this thing simply by not talking, by not speaking up, or by not engaging in the right way, by creating awareness, creating a level of enlightenment, even by empowering people. You're creating that, but they ignore that civic responsibility. But everybody yet in the back of their mind, they want a better Nigeria. How are you going to want a better Nigeria if you're not aiming about, or rather, if you're not talking about the things that will bring forth a better Nigeria, properly? The situation we're facing requires a civic revolution. There is a thing called a civic revolution. It's not a situation where we say, okay, what does that mean? There's a thing. If we don't know, we'll go and find out what it is, which is where people are tired, for lack of a better word. The citizens are tired of what is going on and start to disobey laws, start to disobey certain things in a proper civic way. Do we even trust ourselves to do that? That's another problem. Because by the time you have 20 people now, you say, let's go and revolt against something. Before you know it, 18 of those people have started destroying something. So there comes another problem. That means we're not mature enough on a level to even engage on our civic duties to build a country. The politicians are balling because they know this. The guy who went out there in Grenada to do that, and because he knows this, he knows he will come back and continue, give one or two narratives, nothing will happen. We would not shake. I'm going somewhere with this because it still comes down to us. Yes, that Nigeria we want is possible. Is it us that will bring it? Do we want to leave it for our children, and then they too will leave it for their children to solve? That is the underlying question. So if we are not going to do it, we must know that we are leaving this problem for the next generation. That is the fundamental truth, because the problem is still going to be there. Can we expedite it and bring it forward and solve this problem? That is the fight that we are facing right now. The ignorance is rife. The mental challenge is there. Whether some of us have lost our marbles, only God knows. We know about the dissonance. We know about the cognitive dissonance, especially from a religious point of view. That is why we don't even challenge the pulpit hustlers. We can't even challenge them because there's dissonance. You see these guys blatantly, from a Christian point of view. Hundreds of Christians were killed on a holy day, the eve before Christmas. Not one of these major guys from the pulpit has said anything relevant to the situation. If that is not enough to cause a whole Christendom nation to a level of uproar, then you have to look at the people again and say, what is it that is wrong? What is wrong with us fundamentally that is making us not respond to these things with common sense? that is our civic duty to make this thing happen. Just to round it up, I have said that I would not engage in conversations unless there's a nation building attached to it or a revolution. When it comes to nation building, we have to be doing our own part. So you're in a subtle way, you still want to go about making sure people are doing the right thing. Like you said, well-meaning, you have to engage. The only righteous people right now are the children. You have to look at them and say, okay, what can you do to help them? Any little bit you can, you will do to help children. But from a revolutionary point of view, you have to now start creating awareness that there is a thing as a civic revolution, which is required in Nigeria. You cannot sound it enough. There comes a time in every great nation, you just have to do a little bit of research, where the people will say enough is enough. Not the rulers, not the politicians, not the leaders, the people. Even in the Bible and all the great books, the people will still rise up. Sometimes they even rose up against their own God to say, we don't understand what you are doing. We'll go and build something else and worship it. The people have to understand that there is a time for that to happen. The people who are religious and read Ecclesiastes, there is a time there. I think it's chapter 3, 1 to 8. There is a time there for everything. At this point in time, as I finish it, it's a time for a civic revolution, a civic turnaround of the country. Only Nigerians can do this thing. There was a guy on the space later on. I was asking the question, I think it was Steve Space from Syria. He gave a very, very subtle answer to a question. Oh, is it the Christians fighting the Muslims? No. So it's Nigerians, right? That question went on for a while. He rammed it home. It's Nigerians that are really killing each other. If we want to put it first, Nigeria first, it's Nigerians that are killing each other. Before we break it down to religion and ethnicity and all that good stuff, it's Nigerians that are killing each other. Whether we're being used as puppets or pawns or whatever, it's still Nigeria. So it has to be Nigerians to get the collective mindset to want to make this change intentionally by speaking up. Yes, we don't have a situation where we deal with the old media anymore. So we have the new media. Flooding it from a civic point of view, on a reactionary point of view, is what I think, would start off the process of getting this enlightenment and this awareness and then empowerment to cause us to want this change. I think that's me for now. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I will be listening.
All right. Thank you very much, Saul. Thank you very much for that passionate and very, very, I think the word I need is wise submission. You're on point. We have to be doing something. I am for us to keep doing something. At the very least, you need to start shaping people's mind. What's happening in Nigeria is deep. It's deep. The way people just go beyond, like someone just died, like, oh, if
Yeah,
that people die in one country.
there's something. So God bless you for that submission. There's something you said that scattered me. I have to sit down and think again. Like on Christmas, the most important festival as a Christian is Christmas. Nothing is more important as a Christian than Christmas. On Christmas Day, Christians were killed, and since that day till today, so many of your leaders, your church leaders, have not said a word. The revolution needs to start from that place. Not one word, not we commiserate, sorry, not even pretend. I think it's, for me, it's not even pretend to care.
So Saddam, they've not heard from God. They are waiting to hear from God.
Oh my God. Well, Steve, my brother, when I beg, continue, I beg.
Yeah. All right, quickly, we'll just take Tosin. After Tosin, I'll go to Real Jack. Then we'll take it from there. Okay, Steve, I see you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Well-meaning. Greetings to everyone on the space. Thank you for allowing me. Emir Saddam, thank you very much for your opening remark. That was touching. But you also said something about the Muslims on the space. Now, Bolangel said something when that person's head was taken down. what they said in that video was either Allahu Akbar or something. Now, the people that also we are doing this are Muslims. Then there's something that is fundamentally wrong. Because at this point, I don't think I owe no apology to anybody if you don't value the sanctity of human life. Now, Saul says something on the eve before Christmas. People were killed. That day is a day before the joyful day, and some families were thrown into mourning, garnishing of teeth, and weeping, and their families will never come back again. And up until now, the killings on the plateau has not stopped because some people just feel that they can take human life with no repercussion or with nothing that can actually happen to them. And so this goes back to the comment that women made on Tuesday. Nigeria needs a drastic solution. And the drastic solution is in what Saul said. Nigeria needs a revolution. Because I don't even think there's a nation that we can even build anymore as it stands right now. The next thing we are waiting for now, if you don't, maybe unconsciously, the next thing we're waiting for is what is the next news that we're going to hear on the plateau or somewhere in Benue or another place. It's not like you are waiting to hear any good news. Then, as that person was being beheaded yesterday or maybe day before yesterday, subconsciously we are waiting for the next news that's going to come up from the plateau or from another part of the nation. And we don't think that the nation needs a drastic solution or a revolution that needs to start drastically. Because the people that sit in power now don't have anything to do for the people. The one that is the president in quotes, the criminal drug baron, people were being killed on the plateau, and then this guy is leaving the country to go rest in France and to return back in February. Now, the last time I checked, even though he's the criminal drug baron, he's there now, he should be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the country, and one of his duties is to protect his own people. Now, will he do it? No. Did he promise doing it? No. And so if he will not do it, then why don't we look for the drastic solution to actually rescue our people? Futures are being taken down, destinies are being destroyed, young ladies, beautiful ladies are being destroyed, handsome young looking men that have futures and destinies are being destroyed on the plateau and other parts of the country, and nothing is happening. And all of this is just on the essence of religion, lamb grabbing, just taking people's inheritance for no damn reason. Nigeria needs a drastic solution, and that solution is embedded in revolution. But before that will happen, Nigerians, as much as you have the power, protect yourself. These guys are there to kill, to destroy, and to do whatever they need to do. You need to protect yourself, pending when that drastic solution and then revolution will happen. Because I don't think there's a nation that we can build when you have a criminal drug baron that don't care about the people. if they care about the people, how can a governor go and spend 1,000 US dollars just for a night because he wants to attend a side chick's birthday? And we're saying there's a nation to build. For me, there's no nation to build. These guys are here to ruin, they are here for the ruining. And so Nigerians, we need to decide how we chase these guys away. I'll yield the mic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tosin. We have to be decisive, actually. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to Real Jack. After Real Jack, I'll come to Veteran Dragon, although I'll be careful with that one. But Real Jack, go ahead.
Okay, well, meaning, thank you very much. Good day, everybody. I just want to add my voice like every other person's have also done. And I think I would rather go to profiling solution rather than talking about the problem. Because everybody have come to agree and know what the problems are. But the big question is how to cope or solve the problem. And if we do not act, it's either they destroy the country and destroy the people alongside, or we act to stop them to save the country. Or at the same time, if we do not act, then everybody will lose the country. Now, I think it is high time for us to employ civil disobedience in this country. For us to begin to encourage people on how to boycott most of the services carried out or rendered by the federal government, like banking in the conventional bank. We may encourage people to go for online banking because, of course, the turnover that people bank in the conventional bank, of course, they are part of the money the politician uses. And of course, in Nigeria, you don't have pension and retiree and all that. So the federal government already borrowed your money before you even retired. So, those ones are not even possible in Nigeria in the first place. So I think it's a high time we begin to encourage people to boycott most of the things that has to do with federal government. So because, if we are doing nothing, it's more or less like we are willing, and these guys are not willing or ready to listen to you. Just like hundreds of people are being mowed down on a daily basis. And the drug dealer is junketing from one place. Have you seen a president that left his country to go and stay in another country for like 2 weeks or more than 2 weeks in this whole world? Only in Nigeria it does happen. And they don't see or finish that we cannot be able to do anything. That is why this whole thing continue. So at this time around, I think we need to take a drastic decision. Let me tell you, revolution is not carried out by everybody. Certain individuals pay the price, others join them. If you are waiting for these old guys in Nigeria to come together to do these things, we will continue to shift the goalposts and nothing happens. But the time a few of us who are determined to make things happen, to effect a change, we start from somewhere. And when the near or year sayers see that things are happening, they will not have any other option than to join, to make sure they leave indelible mark in their life, that when history will be written about the revolution that took place in Nigeria, their name will also be mentioned. Just like when the NSAS took place, nobody foresaw that it was coming. This was how the politicians were playing with our destiny, collective destiny and everything, until we say enough is enough. And I think we should continue to galvanize and speak towards hitting the street again, because the government is not taking us serious. They will just come and just say one thing. Okay, look at that Khan chairman in Plateau that is speaking out. Now the army have remembered to invite him. Maybe unfortunately tomorrow they will eliminate him the same way they did to Melafi Obodaya for speaking out. The same thing that Dajuba said, the same thing that so many persons have said, that the jihad is here. And nobody is going to dispute the fact that the jihad is not here. So if the center cannot go, why are we fighting? So if we cannot rise to do something now, if we continue to lament, to complain from now, till the next generation, nothing's going to happen. So the time is now. I think at this juncture, I will give back the mic for others to come in. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rejak. Thank you for that submission. I actually agree with you, and the how is really the issue. So, and we need to keep voicing it and start to look for how to do all that.
For me, I feel like, Nigerians, we are a very mass programmed people. I think we have been hypnotized by bad leadership. In fact, I dare say this generation, we don't know what good leadership looks like. We don't know what it feels like to be ruled or led well. We don't understand these things. So there are some terms that look like war. When you say something, it's like, oh, no, 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 it's not possible. It's not, no, no, no. I feel like what we need to do right now is keep putting out these words of, as in like sowing this seed out there to Nigerians to understand the only way out, consistently saying these things, consistently doing, consistently talking about it. The only way out for Nigeria is an outright revolution. When I mean outright revolution, a Jerry Rawlings style of 1970s something, I mean 1980 something in Ghana. Please go and Google it so you see what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana. So you're not be like saying, talk. No, 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 no. I think I would like to get the date right. 1979, yeah, 1979. So please, it is important to understand this, and that is the only way out. For some people that will say, okay, the way out is to divide the country. People have different opinions, and at this point in time, I am open to listen to different, to variant opinions. Let us have this conversation. Let us understand, because for me, I'm thinking that tomorrow more people will die. We just come out and talk again. So we start letting Nigerians know the only way to save you, the only saving grace for us as a people is an outright revolution, or everybody, all man to his tent, O Israel. Well, Nigeria, back to you. Let's keep the conversation going. Guys, thank you
Yeah,
for every one of you on the platform. Please, if you're up here and you want to speak, you have to be up. If not, we'll just have to drop you for other people to come up and speak. All right, thank you. Well, Nigeria, back to you, please.
yeah. Thank you very much, Saddam. When you were talking about that, I actually preached a sermon on this some time back. Some people did not understand. If for regular violencers, if I say this now, you probably say, "Oh, I've said it so many times." If I said the truth is that for people that think when we say revolution, we don't know what we are saying. Like this, I bet they go, you just dey talk. You know, say no go fit happen, no go fit happen, and all that. Let me tell you, I don't really when I say what I believe can fix Nigeria now, I'm not thinking. I don't say it from the perspective of I don't calculate the possibility of it happening or not. But the truth is that in Nigeria, it is something that people need to hear over time. It is something that I've said it so many times that anything that stays in Nigeria is a place that just lives by a particular thing. It happened before instance, it happened before election. The only reason people were motivated before election is because everybody thought that, oh, election is the way to go. Is why I also tell people that people that hope, I don't say anybody no one now. People they hope for 2027. Say okay, 2027, let's mobilize. I'm telling you, to be honest, I've even told people that even if I'm going to tell you very honestly, even if for any reason, let's say Tinubu, let's say all of a sudden he saw Holy Ghost, he saw anything, he saw the prophet, and decided that I'm going to give a free and fair election. I've told people, and this is very honest opinion, that one of the most difficult things that we will be able to, that anybody can do in 2027 is to convince somebody to go and vote. It will be easier to convince someone to say go and kill yourself. It will be a very difficult task. And that's the reality of it. So prepare your mind now. Start to prepare your mind if you are pro 2027. But let's not dice, let's not give people hope. I had this very lengthy conversation. I've had this lengthy conversation with my sister Nello. I've had it with a couple of people. Very lengthy conversation that if you give people, if you don't let people know what is required in Nigeria, we are just cooking, we are just patching, and at some point, it's going to eventually it will just be a long time. And like Saul said, we'll probably leave it for our children, and that would be quite unfortunate. All right, we'll go straight to Veteran Dragon, after which I'll come to Mr. Steve, actually. Veteran Dragon.
Yeah, thank you, Saddam, Emir Saddam. Thank you,
Are you an
thank you.
Israeli?
Huh?
Are you an
Can you hear
Israeli?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, 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 no. I'm not an Israeli. I'm not. But
All right, fine. Go ahead.
I'm a supporter of Israel. Israel. Yeah. You see, what is going on is actually have gotten out of hand as it is now, and civil revolution is not planned. It's usually triggered by accumulated pains and bitterness, and then something might just happen. Then it will trigger a civil revolution. So you don't plan it. Then for the type of rulings, because of the military that is accomplished to what is going on, that may not be possible for now. And I want to say, let us be very open, and then let's not, like Saddam says, let there be no inhibition. Let everybody be allowed to air his own opinion, and that could be his own opinion. It's not being forced on anybody. So I would say we are all pained and we are all feeling what is going on. My suggestion now is, let's have a Zoom meeting that is not public. Saddam can inbox those that are really pained by what's going on, and then send the link of that Zoom to everyone that he feels that are really very, very troubled and worried about what's going on. And then it is in that Zoom meeting we can come up with what to be done, because we've been talking and talking, and I tell you, um, uh, this is going to be in the next 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because these people are they're much in a hurry. They're very much in a hurry. Like one of us said, this was something that Buhari had wanted to accomplish, but he couldn't accomplish. So it's like there's a kind of venom and and they're feeling a kind of, they were not able to accomplish what they have planned. So nobody should linger again. Nobody should wait again. Something has to be done, and it is now. One of us mentioned that a lot of beautiful ladies are being mowed down. A lot of beautiful, handsome men and boys are being mowed down, and this is heartbreaking. So if whoever is in charge here, I think Emir Saddam, you can schedule a closed Zoom, send the link to DMs people you know that are really bothered about what's going on, and then let there be a closed Zoom. In that Zoom, let's come up with a strategy of what is going to be done, and it has to be done fast. For me, you people know where I stand already. I am a Biafran, and we have said that we cannot continue with what is going on. But in that Zoom, we may not be talking about, we may just talk about what is going to be done to safeguard the middle belt for now, because what's going on is not only has to do with middle belt, it's going to touch everybody. So if anybody thinks that the issue is never, This is something that have been planned for ages, and they are very much in a hurry to accomplish it. The plan is to invade the whole country. The plan is to make Nigeria as an Islamic state. The plan is to make Nigeria a terrorist heaven. And the West, the Americans, they are not going to help us. They will never. Just forget it. They will only come in when they see action going on. So if anyone wants to write to them, I tell you, we have done a lot, we've written, we have done all that. Please, let something be done, and done quickly. We don't want the blood of those that are dying to be upon our head. If we can save them, let's do it now and now. So schedule a closed door Zoom, the DM whoever you want to DM that you know that they're really bothered about what's going on. Then let's talk about solution to this, and it's going to be an urgent solution. That is my suggestion for now, and I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know. You support Israel, so I should call you Israel obedient or something. But thank you very much for that submission. Like Saddam had said earlier, and like you had said, I mean, everybody, all malam now with their keto, the way we say it in the south. But something has to be done. Thank you for the suggestion and so on. Okay, quickly, I'll just go straight to Mr. Steve. After Mr. Steve, okay, I think Soul wants to probably add some few things to what he said. After Mr. Steve, I'll come back to Soul, then we'll go to Fuga.
Thank you. Thank you, Wemini Domo. Thank you, everyone. Saddam, wow. Thank you for being the great man you are, always bringing this to the fore. This disturbed me a lot. The video that went trending yesterday, it just pained me like as a on a human level. I couldn't wrap my head around watching these machete wielding jihadist terrorists. And what struck me was how this is getting normalized. How we get used to waking up and seeing, oh, 20 people dead. Okay. 40 people here. Okay. 200 people. Okay. We are normalizing the massacre of, and it's systematic. You know, Zariu is here, but he always highlight the fact that this is not just one off, it's systematic. And Mangu local government yesterday is what we're talking about. Who knows where we're going next? We must all be very careful. I was just checking the timeline, and someone said Shetima quoted during the campaign that Tinubu will be in charge of the economy, but he's going to be in charge of security. That's what Shetima said during the 2023 campaigns. And I fear this is security style is really troubling. I don't want to go into detail, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Just before I kind of go into my submission, our principal, Peter Obi, just most conflicts across the world, even what's happening in the Israel-Gaza conflict with the group, they are not silent. They are on spaces. They are on different means trying to shape narratives. And we have one guy. So now, who is this guy they call what's happening? What's popping? Saraki. The guy is a terrorist.
He's their spokesman. And terrorists are on Twitter with my brother. Did they hit
The
Twitter
guy's an
also?
e-bandit. Oh. E-bandit. The man, I don't know whatever he is. His views are so warped. He will see terrorists killing people. He will twist the narrative that no, it is the terrorists that they are killing. Just that somehow the dead person is the one actually killing those who they are. His story is so warped that you cannot even understand. Anyway, this is not about what's poppy or whatever his name is, hush poppy. But it's really about the Nigerian, we ourselves, no matter where we live in this world. The fact that our comrades, our people have been killed, I think at some point we should all be using black armband across the world. Whether you're in the UK, you're in the US, you're in China, or you're in Lagos, just have a black armband. Let people be asking you, why do you have black? Say they are killing, they are wiping us out. We are being murdered. Whether we should be having rallies across the same way you have the Palestinians rallies across the world. I don't know what solution, but we cannot be silent. We cannot. One thing you like about the Jewish people is after the Holocaust, they recovered from the Hitler era where they lost a lot of their people. They do not joke with their Jewish life. They will talk about it on the mountaintop. They will never tolerate even a slight comment online to deny what happened to them. We Nigerians, whether we may think, oh, I'm not from that place. No, we are very tribalistic. We are very who is that? Where are they from? Are they Yorubas? Are they Igbos? Are they Christians? It does not matter who they are. They are Nigerians. They are human beings, and they are being killed. And if we don't speak about it, if we don't feel the pain, You remember what they said about they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak for. I was not a trade unionist. They came for the communists. I did not speak because I was not a communist. Until they came for me, and there was no one left. Right now, the Middle Belt is the front lines of this jihadist, extremist, Fulani terrorism. We cannot be moving around the wire. When I heard the space, people are saying, no, it's not about the religion. It's not about the extremism. It's about resources. This is what the very dark man went to do in Jos. Don't tell me it's what I can agree that there may be resource interest, but there's a religious extremism problem. Real. And it's the Islamic extremist problem that we have. Let's call it what it is. These people are thinking they are doing their religious war, burning and maiming. We must call it out. And the fact that our security services are so quick to be on the side of those that are oppressing, or at least not doing their job to defend and protect lives, then we should be calling for the Second Amendment in Nigeria. I know that some people will say, no, we cannot have people arm themselves. What is the option? Is it that we arm ourselves and protect our lives, or we get killed and slaughtered? I think it's about time that conversation stood up. And the governor of Plateau State, no matter what you tell me, he has not done well so far. I know he's new in the office, but he has to protect the people. That's what the late governor from the Southwest did by forming Amotekun. I'm waiting, maybe Zari, you should enlighten me. Why is there no militia like statewide that's trained and armed in Plateau State and even in Southern Kaduna and all these places? At about time we have that. Whether the federal government approve it or not, it does not matter. That's their business. The governor must protect the people, must. Because you cannot sit back and waiting for approval from people that are slaughtering you. It makes no sense. It makes zero sense. They won't give you what permission? You mean you want to take my life and I wait for paperwork first? No, I'll kill you first before I talk of paper. We must defend ourselves. People must be allowed to defend themselves because that is a universal right. It's very painful. I want to encourage everybody to continue to talk about this. Don't get weary. Don't feel, oh, this Nigeria is too stressful. Think about those that are dying. You are talking about this matter, they stress you to talk. People are dying. So who is harder? You where you don't tire for the stress. Somebody's houses are being burned, their children are being raped, murdered, macheted. I understand the emotional stress, but think about the fact that if you keep quiet, these people will continue to get away with murder. Please, let's speak up. Let's add our voices. It's not about the Middle Belt or those from those particular states. Every one of us, we're all affected equally. Thank you so much, Saddam and everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Steve. Thank you very much for that passionate submission as usual. All right, quickly, I'll just okay. I think Saul wants to probably quickly say something. Then we'll go to Fuga.
Yeah. I won't make it long, probably 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity again. It's in response to not the previous guy before Steve, the one before that. I can't remember his name. I think Tosin or something, and who agreed that the civic revolution needs to happen on a level, but the problem is maybe we don't know. And then I think Saddam actually said it again, that people will think this is like one kind of hardcore war, that, what is this revolution? Is it going to involve killing and all that? No, it's not. There are different types that can happen. And I think that's why I wanted to say something, right? The truth is, those who know would have to let people know exactly what it is. Those who can speak up on certain things will have to speak up. There's no linear approach to solving the problem of Nigeria. So it has to come from everybody: educators, doctors, lawyers, teachers, pastors. Everybody has to bring their own to the table. Civic disobedience is what he hinted at. There's so many ways to do that. You have a situation where you can have banners, as long as we're consistent with it. Banners and all kinds of narratives to push it out there from a civic point of view. You have a situation even with the media, shutting down people's, I'm just talking about what we can do, shutting down people's websites and blogs and handles and whatever with your grievances, like this one that just happened. If the whole of Nigeria Christians, for instance, I'm using Christian because I'm one of them, for instance, say even if it's the we no go green, whatever, on somebody's, one of all these corporate handles, constantly shut it down, that is a form of disobedience. Strikes is a no-brainer. where we use our situations where workers refuse to go to work until certain demands are met. And what we are fighting is good governance. That's the main thing. We are fighting for good governance. This is what is wrecking Nigeria. We don't have good governance. So that would always be a key factor, you know. And then you have symbolic violations of natural laws where we say, you know what, okay, this one, we're not doing this one again today, regardless of what you're saying. We're going to sit down in one place or whatever, you know. Boycotts is a very big one that nobody talks about that, you know, because there's this hunger mentality and a lot of people are really, really struggling. It's difficult for Nigerians to boycott whatever it is, you know, goods or services and just leave it like that. When that is actually a solution. By the time you do that constantly, persistently, people will start hearing what you're saying. There's an American that tweeted he has about over 500,000 followers. He tweeted what had just happened. But majority of our Christian people haven't done that, you know. And then sitting is another key one. I think this is one that we were trying to propagate during the failed election, 25th of February that time. So the failed results. Can people just sit at home and do nothing? Just boycott things. It's easy to do that. You're not violating anybody's space, but at least just do something. Uh, the fundamental problem is that uh, enough people don't know what to do. That is where we come in. That is where a lot of us come in because we now have to start telling people this thing is possible. Uh, Personally, Peter Obi's new Nigerian call has been a revolutionary call for more than a year. But most people don't understand that because when he says it's possible, that means you're being challenged to deal with the old, to deal with the horrible things happening because you want a new thing. If you're not going to get a new thing, then you wouldn't even bother about the old thing that is not working. But if you know the old thing is wrong and you visualize the new thing coming, you would have the strength to be disobedient in any way. You would have the strength to boycott. You would have the strength for demonstrations. You would have the strength for strikes because you're expecting new things. You'd have the strength to go out there and match or whatever it is you need to do consistently and persistently because you're anticipating something new. But if you don't have that anticipation, if you don't have that foresight, which Peter Obi has in abundance because he can see it coming. If you don't have it, then it's difficult to want people to do something because there's no expectation. And this is where it comes back to the Nigerianness. Do we really want a better Nigeria? I think Saddam said that in your opening case. Do we actually want a better Nigeria? You know, because if we do, then we have to push for wanting a new version of what we're experiencing now, or else we'll be perambulating again. So thank you. I just wanted to caveat on what that guy said.
All right, okay, all right. Thank you very much. So, all right, quickly,
Thanks.
I'll take okay, Zari. Yeah, I'll quickly take Fuga, then we'll come to Zari. I really want to hear from Zari, but Fuga have been here for a long time. So, Fuga, please just quickly do 3 minutes. So we'll go to Zari.
Yeah, I greet everybody in the house. Happy New Year. Anyway, for my own contribution regarding this Plateau Massacre, it is not something that is new. Everybody is in the open. Me, I really, as it is now, my advice to the people, harm yourself and defend yourself. You see, a dead person cannot defend he or herself. So you have to defend yourself. And for the governor in that region, no one is speaking out. There is no, in fact, action needs to be taken. So me, I don't understand why everybody is being quiet. And again, in this country today, we all know that there are different laws for different tribes and different regions. See, at this point, we need the revolution. There is no ballot election that will fix this country. We should forget about it. And for this man visiting this illegitimate president, we have all talked about this on the violence space previously, that before you know, this American government will be associating themselves with Tinubu because of their interests. And we all know that. And once they start, other nations will follow. So the only solution that we have is in the hands of we ordinary Nigeria. There is nothing else. There is nobody who is going to come from anywhere and help us. And again, there is and I believe it is time for action. There is a link of Nadeco. They put it out, I think it was today, for people to join, both people in diaspora or anywhere. That is the only viable option we have now, because you see what is happening. We need action. We have talked and we have talked. Yes, it's a good thing that we are here. We are still talking. You see these people, we need to the only solution is action and it's revolution. For me, for my own opinion, you see this country, no election fit fix am. Make we forget am. Nigeria, if you want a better Nigeria, is for us to come out, whether by harming yourself, whatever. It is my own opinion. I'm not constitute violence, but what is going on that people are being killed, no government official is coming out, no action, nobody is arrested, and you can see how the pattern is going from one particular this thing, the Fulani, Ismail, whatever. This is nothing has to do with cattle or whatever. These people are armed to the teeth. They have an agenda and they are executing it. And what I expect from those people now, they should defend themselves. There is nothing like, even the military, those Fulani are killing the military themselves. And I've not seen any proper action be taken. So whatever happened, and you now want to intimidate the people for not to defend themselves, man, you have to defend yourself. There is no two ways about that. So for me, I don't think anything will fix this country. It's a revolution that will fix this country. Let's just forget about it. I'm appealing to everybody. Just Nadeco is on my timeline. I tweeted it, the link. Go and join and see what we can do. Now is time for action. There is no point. We have been talking and we keep talking. So let's match this word with our action. So for me, I will just appeal to everybody. Just go up the link, or you can Google, you can search on the Twitter handle. You will see the handle pop up. The link is there. You register. If you want to donate, you donate. But if you want to participate, participate. For me, now action me, I don't follow. I've already registered. For me, I don't think I've ticked all the boxes in the legal way, follow Peter Obi and anything, and there is nothing that will fix this country except revolution. And these people, they are proving that they have the capacity. So let's try and see if we can do it in the other way. So for me, follow the ADO, register. If you have any contribution, contribute. Me, I registered today, so there's no point for me say I'll be there. I registered, I saw the link today. Let's take action. I use the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Fuga. Totally agree. Let's take action is the key word.
Well,
Yeah.
Mimi, can I quickly say something about that? So I don't know if people remember the violence space on Tuesday, where I laid into patient when she was talking about Nedeco, and I was like, where are you? You're not visible. Anyway, I got drawn into a meeting with them yesterday. Right, and I've established that we are talking about people who are in their 70s and what have you. They have no idea about social media because they were telling me things that they're doing, and like no one knows it, right? And it is not effective if nobody knows about it. If you've had a meeting with various organizations talking about a specific issue, right, and you put a communique out in traditional print, right, and it did not come on social media, most of us did not know about it, right? And so yesterday, after having a meeting, I tweeted, asked people to join, and they messaged me. They were like, oh, they already have about 300 people that joined, since yesterday that I put it out. And the thing is, if you go to their website and you start to see the things that they are doing, right, you then say to yourself, hold up, what is lacking is the energy of the obedient movement. It is, they don't have it, right? And can you imagine, like, I was like, because what I said to them is it's going to be a collabo. People can join the organization, but bring the energy of the obedient movement to fore. Help them retweet some of the things. They only have 900 followers, and that is after we have requested people to follow them. 900 followers is getting nowhere. So please follow them. Just search for Nadeco USA. No, Nadeco_USA. Right. By the time you put Nadeco USA, will come up. Follow them. Help them retweet what they're putting out there. If you join, I've said to them they need to get fresh blood in, right? And let the obedient movement help them steer the agenda, into the 21st, because we're in the 21st century. When they were reigning, it was 94. And some of you are not born, So I said to them, look, we have to look at it differently. And they agreed. And they're very appreciative for the support. So let's help them share when they have their communiques, when they have press conferences, I saw a letter they wrote to Biden telling him, they dragged him and what have you. Letters like that, because they're a known organization. I beg, go help them retweet it. I put some of the things on the Jumbotron. It's at this point, we have to, whatever works, right? So let's join them as much as we can and help them push some of the good work that they're doing. They need the visibility. Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Mommy B. Okay, quickly, we'll just go straight to Zari. Zari, please go ahead. After Zari, we'll come to Bankole. Zari, are you there? I'm not sure. Can
Yeah, I
Zari
am. Thank you.
respond? Okay, go ahead.
Well-meaning in Nigeria, Saddam, Bolanle, interested with regards to the question of, am I audible? Yeah, so with regards to the question of how do we move ahead? Thing is, I read, if you would read, I think I can't remember how he captioned it. Is it The Making of a Hero or something that was written by Fred? How he chronicled what led to the war and a whole lot of things. And then there is a particular, which was basically the handwork of the British. The federal system as we have it now, the dominance of, the northern oligarchy, those people that will come out, it doesn't know the creeks in Niger Delta, it doesn't know the forest in the southeast, it doesn't know the trees and the plantations in the southwest. And he just tells you that they own 70% landmass of Nigeria, they have this population. So, and even offshore into the sea, the mileage into the sea belongs to the north. So it was that time that the dominance of this northern oligarchy was incorporated into this federal structure. And that is why you would realize over the years, the Southwest, of course, has done a lot about saying, let's restructure this. And then the most reluctant part of the country with regards to anything that concerned restructuring has been, the North. And when I talk to you about incorporating their dominance, unfortunately, the Middle Belt had the most profound negative impact of that, because it was more of a region that was completely off. Somebody was asking, why wouldn't, I think Stephen was asking, why wouldn't, the governor do this, the governor do that? The Middle Belt, as it is, was deliberately balkanized into different places. You would find major, Middle Beltons that should have formed a state falling as either minority on one state and minorities as the other. The southern Kaduna in particular is a place that ordinarily should be one or two states, the size of it, but it's under Kaduna state. And I've told people from the heart of that area, you would drive for about 2 to 3 hours to get to the capital, and it takes you just 30 minutes to get to Jos, the capital of Plateau State. So those things were made deliberate for times like this, such that it becomes almost impossible to have a coordinated approach towards doing things. It's rather unfortunate. Somehow the political class, while there are those that could be we could commend, but a whole lot of people are cowards. and everybody is just being cautious. Everybody is afraid. Nobody wants to do anything, and it was made deliberately. Now, the only way we could further, deal with this is what Goodluck Jonathan attempted to do. The confab, which was a well dealt with document. Now, there are different ways of doing revolution, and that was one of it. If you would go by history, when I say to you, the dominance of a particular part of the country was forcefully incorporated into the federal structure. If you go back to history, you realize there was a time, all the story about population, all this KKK population, when you go back to history and look at the votes, the number of, the votes and all of that, you would realize that it was just somehow. There was a time when there were more, I would say there should have been more seats from the southern part of the country, but for the sake of let us live in peace, they decided, it doesn't really make sense how the fewer decide to form the majority, but that was basically what happened, then. And the simple reason is because the North had threatened that it would secede. It began that prior to independence, and of course, unfortunately, the South conceded. It did that, in the First Republic. I think the South conceded. And then even during the confab, during Goodluck Jonathan, the North attempted to do that. The Middle Belt said, okay, we are not a part of this, so you will take this position on your own. And that automatically put them in the minority. And that was why the document was able to be concluded and everybody signed it. But rather, unfortunately, another pattern was taken. And then Goodluck would not implement it. And then they worked hard to make sure he was out of office. When Buhari came, he now, of all people, appointed the Umar al-Bashir of Kaduna State to review the document. And I don't need to tell you what basically the details of that would be, even though I haven't looked at it. But for terrorists like that to have a document like that, they would. So even at that, they still felt it will not happen. So we are at a stage where it's easy. It's almost, I would say, it's almost deal with to handle certain matters as far as this federal structure exists. Now you would ask yourself, possible that a certain group of people upholding another law other than the constitution. So it makes it easy for somebody to pick on Bolanle or Kule or Saddam or anywhere in the streets of Katsina or Lagos and just butcher them, whether the camera sees their faces, whether police are standing by and all of that, and nothing will happen. Because the simple reason is that we have this constitution that upholds this way. The immediate past minister of the FCT attempted to do something like that. Somebody that I'm sure even if you saw his face on TV, you wouldn't know. You don't even know whether he existed or not. He just woke up one morning and started trying to dictate whether they will not sell alcohol in joints or whether when it's 6 o'clock you close any public place and all of that nonsense. So now, the whole thing is just odd. And so the mentality still operates
Hello,
with that.
I can't hear anybody. Can anyone hear me?
Well, I can.
Zari, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, you would realize that there is this mentality. For those of you that may read how the Israelites got into the Promised Land, there was this tribe that would always look for the place that is good for them and say, "Give us." While others are saying, "Point the mountain, let me go and clear the enemies and take it. Let me go and clear the bushes and take it." There were some that were waiting to just be given it to it on the platter of gold. So it's that sense of entitlement that has given room for these killings. So until we deflate that nonsense, it's not going to change. So, and I feel to a large extent, if I will just round up on this point, if you feel you need to dominate people, and I'm not just being biased anyway, I'm not married to an Igbo woman. I have Igbo friends. I've never lived there. But if I have 10,000 Igbos in my village that are claiming certain things, but I now realize that the pharmaceutical company in the village is owned by the Igbos, and I'm working there. The big shops that are there are owned by the Igbos, and we're working there, and transportation is easy. The Igbos are providing it. So then what problem do we have? But what happens if the Igbos come in, they kill people, They want to become traditional ruler. They want every street to be named after Igbo name. But okay, if it happens, nothing then changes, other than the fact that the next thing is to start picking 13-year-old girls and marrying them and all of that. Or they now look for another place where there is a working structure and they go there. So the country will not work with a group of people who want to foist themselves as parasites on the commonwealth of others. But as far as this federal structure is concerned, it has been incorporated in such a way that it has automatically given an advantage over a minority. And they have inflated figures and changed a whole lot of things and created the picture of we are, all of this majority. And once they twisted it into that allocation economy where you don't bring anything to the table, at the end of the day, oil money from the south is stolen and it's allocated everywhere. Then we will just keep perambulating, and all of that. So I think there are several ways to go about it. The document there is working, and then the coming together of all Nigerians to resist, especially this incursion with people that are not even natives to the country, just picking certain parts, especially of the middle belt, going there and killing people and settling there and importing people. That basically is where the problem is. And then the southwest is basically the next place they are doing that too, because that's the region where you keep finding 200 people. If I want to go to the southwest, why do I have to do that if the motives are not evil, and all of those things? So let me just stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Zari. Thank you for that submission. A lot has happened down the line in Nigeria, but thank you very much. All right, quickly, I'll go straight to. Okay, I think the person has called, dropped. Okay, but okay, that was Bankole that dropped. While we are waiting for Bankole, let's just go straight to Uncle Sky.
I'm here now. Someone added me in time. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Hello.
Uncle Sky, hold on, Bankole, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry, Uncle Sky. Please hold on. Um, so for me, I believe we're in an ideological warfare. We are facing an ideological enemy who is fighting us, but we have no ideology ourselves. And before I explain this, I'd just like to say something. We must first all realize that the Middle Belt is in the middle of Nigeria. This gives them little or no access to borders to move tools to equip a viable resistance to their raiders. Unlike the South South and even the Northwest and the Northeast that has oil money and government backing and borders, the Middle Belt doesn't have any of this. However, a governor or a Middle Belt governor forum with the will can also push for a regional security unit that can assist in reducing this menace in the Middle Belt. But how can this happen when the governors we have in the Middle Belt has kissed the rings of APC, the political arm of the enemy that already has a grip on the finances and armed forces of Nigeria? How can that happen? Back to the issue of the ideological enemy facing us, and we having no ideology. What is besieging the Middle Belt in Nigeria and the whole of Nigeria at large in the future is what has been defined by an American physicist and who went into the study of this issue called Dr. Bill Warner. And he coined a term called political Islam. You see, and when we continue to fall back to our Christian identity as the shield to political Islam, we will continue to fail because these Muslim zealots and Wahhabists driving this political Islam in Nigeria have finally paralyzed the defense of Christians using their influence as the government and of control of the finances of Nigeria to kill the greedy leadership of Christianity and leaving us who had seen this greed in the church and has fallen back with nothing to do. Those people left in the church are the people that are men worshippers and cannot even challenge. That's why they were left there in the first place. And now these men are the leaders of Christianity, but they are gone. So we have no shield in that. We have no shield in that. And that is why I want us to first of all realize what we are facing. What we are facing is political Islam. And political Islam is just like every other religion that tried to spread using political influence, warfare, land conquest. But other religions modernized, and we all agreed this thing is not good. We have grown up. This is the 20th century, 21st century. We agreed this thing in the 20th century. But Muslims did not. The Zealots did not, because they didn't change their ways. And so they still are using the old tactics that has been winning all these years. The same tactic that took Lebanon, the same tactic that took Turkey,
Sorry,
that took
Bankole.
Sudan.
Yeah, just to avoid generalization, you mean extremist Muslims, not
Yeah,
Muslims?
of course, extremist Muslim and the Muslim leadership in Nigeria. Because if you are watching people get beheaded and you have no problem with that, your first instinct is to push out propaganda, then the leadership of Muslims is something is wrong with that leadership. And the zealots and the extremists, something is wrong with them. And the quiet people that think they are moderate, something is wrong with them. So, that being said, and I want us to take away something from here. Go and research into political Islam, and then you'll be less careful about how you confront this situation. Because the only reason this situation has not blown out of hand is because people keep talking. People keep popping up with the courage to talk, although they die. People like Obadiah Malafia. If these men have not talked, even though people would try to caution you and be like, calm down with these guys, if they have not talked, this thing would have been worse. But it's getting worse by the day. So pardon me if I don't have the time to separate who is extreme and who is not. The zealots are really the problem. And the moderates that are too shy to tell to join everybody in condemning this are the problem, because they are joining in trying to push a false narrative. So pardon me if I have no time to separate this thing. But what's most important now is for us to realize that we have no defense in our Christian identity. So we need to recognize and pick up another identity. And the other identity is our Nigerian identity. Nigeria is our country. Nobody can start to be pushing to start new laws and new things in Nigeria. And what do we do to stop the advancing of this deceptive and sly way of conquering people? We need to be more organized. Those Nigerians in diaspora that are already citizens of diaspora, please, if you can form an organization registered either in the UK or America, so that we can join in. I know Nadeko is doing their thing, but now an organization purposely for defending the political neutrality of Nigeria, religious neutrality of Nigeria needs to be formed. And then people like me that have studied international law and know how we can put on this pressure will come sign up and we'll start to work under it. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Bankole, for that submission. All right, quickly, I'll just go straight to Uncle Sky. Please, we're going to do so we can get everybody to speak. We are close to it. This was one of those days, but let's so we can get as much people to speak. So let's do 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all, and I know it's a passionate subject and something that we all like. I mean, I don't think it's. I hope we don't have anything to talk about. I mean, we don't have any new deaths to talk about next week. But let's anyway, go straight to Uncle Sky, after which I'll come to Reformed.
Okay. Good evening, well-meaning. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everyone in the space. Okay. I will not waste much of the time. I will just be brief. I just want to lay some emphasis that we have been hitting on. We were talking about revolution. Revolution is, I think, is what we actually need in this country at this point in time. I actually sat down and look back, look front. I discovered that there is no any other way but revolution. And then when Buhari finished his tenure, we're like, okay, Buhari was doing his own thing, let him finish and then go. And then the city boy, they came into power, and there is like they were doing. How will I even say it? They are doing like he has done his own. Let me do my own, and who knows, he's about to do his own for the next 8 years, where everybody is doing my own and taking their own portion of whatever national cake is left. Of course, there's nothing left, but they are still taking it. Now, which I pray that a revolution should be able to solve all this. Now, talking about Plateau, Plateau, Plateau is a very special place to me, and I think the time passed. I think that was like this is 7 or 8 years ago. I was a copper in Plateau, precisely where this whole issue originated from, which is Barking Ladi. And I remember as a copper then, when I went in, it was a funny experience. Those who are from Plateau will know what they call there's this one school that after Foron, yes, Foron, yes, Foron, yeah, after Go on, there's a school at Foron. It's inside a very beautiful place. So when I was posted to that, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to narrate my experience as regard that, and even back to the crisis itself, because I understand. I think I've been to those three regions: Bokos, Mango. As a couple, we fly around, we walk around, we do a lot of things, even businesses as well. So when I was posted there in the first place, I went there. Beautiful place, peaceful place. These people are peaceful people. Anybody that is telling you that these people are they are this, they are, is a lie. It's a big lie. I'm telling you, for first-hand experiences. So when I went there and I saw look at the landscape, the principal welcomed us, entertained us, everything, and we're like, okay, you people have your lodge yourselves and everything. And immediately I came out, I actually accepted everything. And when I came out, I look at the landscape and everything. The first thing that came to my mind that wow, what about if these people come from? Because then I was hearing rumors of year and year talks of this fight might bust out and all that. And I look at it, what about if this, because the land was so wide, it's just an open land. And what if people come from this mountain top? Whatever they come from here. I look at it, I tell my other colleague, she's a female. I told her, I can't serve in this particular place because first it's too inside. It's like the remote villages. At least let me try and look for somewhere a little bit in the town, in the park like that. And then, well, at the end of the day, we're able to walk ourselves out from that place back to the town. But what I tried to say is that at some point, while we were still in serving, I remember vividly that was when Nigerian media give reports. That when Nigerian media give reports, I always look at it the other way around. If they say 10 people die, just do your math, multiply it by 20. Yes, by number. If they say 10 people die, so multiply by 20, you 100 if you want to multiply, if you feel like. I remember vividly that day when the crisis started. And then it was like in the night where all of a sudden I started hearing sounds. I was in my lodge, Copper's Lodge. I will never forget. And when I was just asking, what is happening? People are just running around. And all of a sudden we heard Coppers, get up from this place, get up from this place. I said, what is this? What is this? Oh, we don't even know places there. So them, the villagers, they know what is happening. That was the first crisis. That was sometime where where it was announced that about 200 and something people died or something. Media was reporting 20 people. So am I audible?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're audible. But can you round up in like 30
Yes.
seconds? So that,
Okay. Yes. Please. Okay. Please. So what I'm trying to say is that what we actually need, because of my experience, a sad experience, it hurts me. Even when I hear the media currently now that this is happening, I call some few friends who are still there. I say, how are you feeling? How you people are still doing well there? I feel it because I know what they are saying is different from what is happening on ground. I know that very well because I saw how people are being butchered and everything. I don't even want to record that memory. Is so it's if I get emotions, emotions when I remember all that. I had to run and leave that particular local government for my life for my sake. Or in name I want to come and serve my father's land, but I had to, even though the experiences and everything was not something to keep to. But what I'm trying, the emphasis I'm trying to say is that we need revolution. There's no way, there's nothing we will say because everybody is just after the resources of for itself, for its own self. So I believe we just need the resource, the revolutions to us to move forward in this country.
Yeah.
Thank you. I need.
All right. Thank you very much, Uncle Sky, for that submission and that experience. All right. Quickly, we'll just go straight to Reformed. After Reformed, we'll come to Freedom. If you're in the speaker section, you intend to speak, ensure your hand is up so we'll know maybe you're available to speak. Reformed, go ahead.
Good evening, well-meaning, and Saddam. I hope I'm heard.
Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, my time starts now. I've been listening. I stay on the plateau. I understand and I know what is going on here. I just wish this will be the last time I will come on this space to talk about maybe issues that got to do with Nigeria. I just wish and pray this will be the last time. What is going on here is very, very disheartening. To a level, I have had the first-hand experience, and I think I'm also talking and speaking from the place of knowing and also understanding. You see, the only way, for some time now, I lost. One of the reasons why I lost the order of my account on the 28th of December was because of what happened here on the 24th/25th of December. I took it personal, and at the end of the day, I think I went against some rules. Elon Musk and his team somehow suspended my account, and I don't care. I will speak the truth when I say it, irrespective of who is involved. Nigeria and Nigerians, most especially people on the plateau. I was listening to when Zaria was speaking. At the point I got lost. It's all what he was saying. Maybe I didn't understand his kind of English. Maybe I'm not too educated or learned to understand what he was saying. But let me be plain and straight to the point. We need to arm these people. Every support we are going to send to anybody on the plateau, maybe the ones Rhoda and her team are doing, awesome. But no matter what you do to help those children, which I am in support of, if you don't protect them, if you don't do anything to arm those who will protect those children, all those things will amount to nothing. In just a matter of time or days. The people we are dealing with, they are prepared. They have the ones on the Twitter. There are some on Facebook. They are everywhere, and they have their foot soldiers. This thing has been planned and programmed before some of us here were born. Speaking and shouting hallelujah may not solve the problem. So, what I am suggesting and appealing to everyone here, most especially those who are from this part of the country, is come together, arm yourself, and defend your land. No grammar, no English will stop these people from killing you people. And for those who are not here and you think it doesn't concern you, when they are done with the people in the Middle Belt, they will come for you wherever you are. And if they can conquer these people, they can as well conquer you. So if you don't want it to get to where you are, please do well to support the people here for them to defend themselves. And let me say it again. And for those of you who are from here, please come together. Let's have an arrowhead. 1 minute, I'm rounding up. So that you guys will be protected. In rounding up, the last time Prince Peter Obi was on the space, he said one of the reasons why he doesn't want people to come out is so that people will die. I remember trying to ask a question that day. I think I even tweeted it. Let me say it again in rounding up. Nigerians, what Peter Obi is afraid of from what he said the last time, is so that people will not die. But I can tell you for free, many more people will die between now 20 to 27 if we just keep quiet and allow these rascals to continue to kill and maim our people. Let me say it again. What we are afraid of is so that people will not die. But many more people will die between now and 2027 if we don't do what is right and do it on time. I hit
All right.
Mike. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Reform. I totally agree. Uh, quickly, we'll go straight to Freedom. Uh, after Freedom, we'll come to Justice. So, go ahead, Freedom. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Thank you very much. I've listened to a lot of presentation by everybody. I listened to Zari. I don't know if I pronounce your name right. I've followed you. I've listened to you. I pray God protects you to do to work with your people to do the right thing. Now, I believe majority of the people on this space will agree with me. Will agree on some of these points I'm going to raise here. I believe we will agree that what is going on right now is jihad. It's intentional. And we are also will agree that almost all the establishments in Nigeria, especially the military, has been infiltrated by these people. And we also agree on the end game. What is the end game? What is the intention? It's Islamization of Nigeria. I believe we will agree on that. Now, if we agree on those points I just made, now, people talk about what would be the solution. How do we solve this problem? How do we come after this? And when thinking of how to solve this kind of problem, I want you guys not to forget what I just listed, the points I just listed. If what I just said are true, now how do you fix the problem? Some people talked about we need a revolution, which would have been the best solution. Now, considering the situation of Nigeria right now, we have multiple nations forced together as one in Nigeria. Do you really think that revolution will work in Nigeria? For me, I do not believe it's going to work. And I'm going to give you the reasons why. NSAS protests was supposed to be a revolution in Nigeria. NSAS protests did not work in the north. Why did it not work in the north? Why was it only south that did NSAS protests? Because the north, for them, thought it was a fight against the north, against their brother. They want to remove their brother from power. And their brother, who is Buhari, was doing their purpose,
Freedom.
what they
Freedom.
wanted.
You have one
So,
minute. You've told us what will not work. I really want to hear what will work, and I don't want to
okay.
have to.
So that obviously that will not work. So, okay, there are points I just want. I don't know why you rushed me. Other people spoke. I don't know why you don't want to allow me to list my points. You said 3 minutes, and I have not spoken for 1 minute.
You are left with 1 minute. Sorry. So go ahead
So
with what will work.
that will not work. So for me, protest is not going to work. If we want to start protest this thing, it's not going to work, because right now, if we want to do something like that, the North, if the North start protest today to say they want to remove Tinubu, I can bet you the Southwest will not support and Southeast will not support. So it's not going to work. What will work is dismember Nigeria. All the nations in Nigeria should go their respective ways. And after disintegration, if we decide that we say, okay, for instance, we share common values with these other nations, we cannot decide to say, let us come together and form a constitution, whether a confederation or anything that is binding on us, that we can live together. We can decide to do that. We can break away and eventually come together, the ones that have shared common values. But for those who want jihad, I don't see how we can build a nation with those kind of people. So fixing Nigeria for me is just extending the day that they'll come and cut off your head. Thank you.
Please, sorry, Freedom. Before you go, I want to ask you. You said dismember Nigeria. Hello, Freedom.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
You say that is what you feel will work for Nigeria.
Yes.
Please, how is it possible?
Is it possible?
How is it possible? I want to understand, please.
It's very possible. Right now, the Biafrans have already started theirs. A lot of other ethnic groups have started. Even ordinary Edo states, some people are forming Edo Delta as a country. In Niger Delta, they are talking about they don't want to join Biafra. If you don't want to join Biafra, it's fine. Forming their own Niger Delta Republic. Middle Belt should start thinking of forming their own country because you are going to fight this war forever. Because the jihad is not going to stop. So what do you think is going to stop the jihad? You are never going to come to a consensus to do a revolution because the Fulani will not join you to do revolution.
So how do you believe if you not get a consensus to do revolution, who will now get consensus to divide the country? I want to understand how.
Okay,
Please give
for
us a
instance,
very.
the Biafrans have they not don't they have their consensus right now? They are almost all out of Nigeria. If you don't know, if you are not following, you think you are laughing. You will see it happen. You are laughing. When we were shouting all this time, see, let me tell you, I never supported this 2023 election. I never supported Obi. I never supported Tinubu. I never wanted the election. When we were shouting Islamization, this is how you people were laughing. Now it's happening.
Please don't act. Nobody is naive of the fact that there's an agenda for the Islamization of Nigeria. Don't act as if you knew and people did not know. We all know. But I'm asking you right now. You said to dismember Nigeria is the way forward, and I'm asking you, give me a practical just give us steps. How
I just used Biafra as an example for you right now. These people have gone far. They have created their own states. They have their map. They have their military. They are doing self-referendum. You think it's a joke? You think it's play? It's starting February 1st. You think it's play? So these people, people have started. People are giving you
starting February 1st.
Self-referendum.
Well,
no, don't laugh.
Not in the
Don't laugh.
Constitution. Hold on, Freedom. Sorry, sir, please. I asked this question yesterday as well on his space. Right?
Yeah.
It is one thing for you to say, oh, everybody, all the nations go their way, what have you, and have you. First and foremost, the Constitution is good though, good though, it is not binding on you. It is not. It's binding. It has no provision for a referendum. Two, if you are saying it is by violent means, are you saying then that you are at war with the Nigerian state and therefore open your people up to be killed again?
Okay, now I want to ask you a rhetorical question based on what you just said. I'll answer your first question and I'll ask you a question. Now, we all know that referendum is not in the constitution of Nigeria and they will never put it. It was there before. They removed it. It was intentional. Now, when I talked about self-referendum, it's not a referendum that is, when you do self-referendum, it's not binding on Nigeria. You did a referendum for your own region. Your own people decided to say we are going to leave the country. Now, it's not binding on any of this. So some countries may decide to accept it. Some majority of countries will not accept it. The only thing that will do for you is to give you muzzle if you form a government of your own. Those who write international law should be able to explain all of this. That will give you muzzle to say, this is our people. To say, I want these people. There's the second question. The second question you talked about, like taking all arms against this thing, whether you not open up your people to be killed. Now, the question I will ask you now, the rhetorical question: who is opening up the people of the Middle Belt to be killed right now? And I want you to tell everybody listening, how many people has been killed in the Middle Belt from the 1st of January, this 2024, and how many people has been killed in the Southeast from the 1st of January this year?
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Freedom. You said February what? When's the date?
February 1st, self-referendum is starting. It's not going to be binding, but it will give
what
you more.
region are you from? I just wanted to ask.
And I'm from Edo State. I'm 100% in support of them.
Exactly. I wanted to be sure. I can tell you I'm from Edo. I wanted so people will not think that it's Biafra person that is talking.
But if people see their display,
Yeah, yeah,
you don't know what is happening.
yeah.
Middle best should get ready to join. Just ready, prepare yourself. As soon as Biafra leaves, just join.
All right.
That's all you need.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the way. I'll just say that's the way. Like Saddam has said earlier on the space, everybody has their. Sorry, you can mute your mic. Everybody has their thoughts on how to go forward. And to be honest, at this point, I really think any thought is valid. Uh, the truth is that why I asked the date is I think I'm curious to see what happens February 1st. I'll just want to see it, so I'll wait patiently and see how that turns out. Funny enough, while you were talking, I just did some maths, right? And really, for the Southeast to have a referendum, they need people that they need to do it is not up to like 150 people highest. They will need all their six governors, all their senators, like if they really want to. So, but the problem is that those people, once they get there, like say we elect people, say that one. Once they get there, the grid and all that swallows them. But let's see what happens February 1st. All right, quickly, we'll go to Justice. After Justice, I'll come to Goji, then Rita.
Thank you very much, women in Nigeria. Once again, Emia Saddam, Momi Bolanle, distinguished Nigerians, and most importantly, obedience on the space. Plateau Massacre is one that I reflect on with a lot of pain. And more importantly, I also reflect on our solid mineral space. Above and beyond the reasons of jihad, I personally believe there is a particular mineral within that mango and its environment. Very unfortunate, the participation of the security agencies of Nigeria with the way they have handled this particular massacre. This has happened in different series, and up till now, we have not had any concrete arrests made towards the people who have been allowing this bloodletting. So it not just looks, it is now almost nearly confirmed that our security agencies are compromised. Security architecture of the country. So they are just playing the ostrich. They are turning the blind eye when fellow Nigerians, are butchered like animals on their own soil. So personally, I feel there is a serious solid mineral that has been found within that mango axis, and that with time we will get to unravel some of these things the most. Emir Saddam, you remember our solid mineral space and what Plateau State as a state had to offer. It's unfortunate that the governor's orders seem not to be obeyed. When Emir Saddam tells you that Nigeria is more like of a two countries with different laws, now it is becoming very clear. The northern part of Nigeria has a separate law, and the southern part of Nigeria has a separate law. Because I do not understand why a governor will give a curfew and it is not obeyed. A curfew to stop the bloodletting, the killing of fellow human beings, for goodness sakes, for God's sake, and it's not obeyed. Nigeria is a banana republic. And of course, it's a banana republic when you have a lot of bloodletting. Emir Saddam, well-meaning Nigeria. Imagine that Peter Obi is the president of Nigeria and you're having this level of bloodletting in Plateau State. He hops into a jet and flies abroad. It can never happen. It will never happen under this man's watch. So somehow, maybe these are eye-openers for Nigerians to see that leadership is no longer anymore about tribe. It's not about religion. will continue to make this narrative and drive it home like a nail. That you need somebody who has conscience, somebody who can stand up and say no. I see your hand, well-meaning Nigeria. That human lives first must be preserved before we can come to the drawing table and dialogue and talk about anything. But for the ethnic cleansing of the original owners of the land, that is unacceptable. Well, Nigerians are already seeing shege. The shege will continue. The criminal drug baron will not do anything to save you, to preserve your properties and save you from these jihadists, and has no iota of solution to the economy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justice. I mean, okay. Thank you very much. I was just going to say the angle of solid. There's solid mineral all over Nigeria, all over. I mean, it's maybe it's a case of opportunity meets preparation. You know, people that have an agenda met people that can finance them, where APC comes in because they have an interest as well. But I don't think we can take off the agenda part of it. All right, quickly, I'll just go straight to Zaria. You quickly want to say something before I go to Goji?
Yeah, so the last speaker was saying something that looked a lot like that there are minerals. There are minerals everywhere. I don't know whether it was on this space, but I said the whole idea of what's happening is to get any particular subject of interest under which the main activity will be covered. And for almost a decade, it has been climate change induced crisis. It has been farmer header clash. Until now that people began speaking, there are platforms that if you mention the word genocide, you will just look like somebody that woke up from sleep and is just reeling out figures. In Kaduna, El-Rufai sustained those massacres with the farmer header clash. It was the same thing that enabled the one in Benue, and now they are coming back to Plateau. Now, we are not disputing the fact that normally farmers and herders have clashes, but it is not exclusive to the middle belt. Everywhere you have farmers. As a matter of fact, if you have neighbors that have goats, you will realize any day they escape, they may eat your grasses. If you have neighbors that have dogs, you realize they bark at people unnecessarily. So that is a completely different issue. But the problem that is now being created is to create the point where it is almost going to become a crime for you to say it is Christians that are being killed. It may come out, it may not. But as it is going, we may get to a point where if you killed 1,000 Christians, they will be scanning the social media and be looking at mainstream media and wait to see who will say they killed Christians. The whole idea is that by whatever means necessary, the genocide being perpetrated, this Islamic jihad that is being carried out, must not be known by the world. And that's why when you look at the press briefing the military gave, initially somebody, the guy that did it, it was deliberate that they made sure it's a Christian that always reads out, the position of the military. And the story they gave out is that it was a Mogul man that went to steal a cow, and then the problem came. So basically, like I said earlier, I said the whole idea of the way it happened in Mongu town, it is the fact that once the traction of the fact that, okay, it's a religious war began to gain international attention, the presence of Blinken was an opportunity to create a scenario that looks like a case of two fighting. So all of those innocent, all the killings, the burnings, and whatever happened, that family that was wiped out, the whole mission is to make it look like true fighting. I'm just saying it so that we exercise a lot of caution when it comes to talking about minerals,
Yeah.
because any Islamist will pick the story of minerals and blow it out of proportion, and it will simply look like there is this tribe that just realized they have minerals and they want to create stories that they are victims of some religious thing, this and that, so that they get sympathy.
Yeah.
That was somehow, yeah. So that was somehow what the federal government used against, the Biafrans, because somehow it was coded to look like it's because they saw oil, that's why they want to run away. So even though it had, the ethno-religious claims inside of it, nobody saw it. That's just what I want to call our attention to. So let's just be careful how we want to intellectualize issues.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, right? Because I mean, if you look at the modus operandi of the government, which is why it's very you can tell they are very complicit, is the government, and I mean the military now, say, spends so much energy trying to explain the killing than actually stopping the killing. I don't know if you guys have noticed. When something happens, the military quickly try to explain it. They are not trying to stop it. So you can tell that it's like a narrative thing as well. All right, quickly, Goji, please go ahead for 3 minutes, then we'll come to Vita.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Shout out to Saddam, well-meaning, for convening this space. You guys have been doing a human's job, and I want to appreciate you guys for providing me the opportunity to give a notion in this space. I just want to quickly react to some of the comments that have been made and that have been making the rounds in the social media and where have you. I'm a just boy, Plateau State a boy. So I'll be speaking a little bit from experience as well. I think I've stayed in just the precise for like 2 decades until I left just some years ago. I presently reside in Benin City, so I shuffled just and Benin. You get so I just want to be a little bit balanced and then be fair to the Plateau State government. He's been Mutfwan has been receiving a lot of backlash, let's not forget that this is somebody that has just been elected in office, and then he's had to contend with the Supreme Court judgment, which unfortunately he has been affirmed now. So before I go further, I just want to say that I've never been a pro PDP, I've never been a pro APC. I'm a fully obedient, even though I'm not even a party person. I really don't subscribe to party, politics. But I personally feel that if our constitution made room for individual candidature, that's what I would have been rooting for, because of the shenanigans that happens in the political parties. That's why I'm not in for political party. But of course, our constitution does not permit that. So I have to pitch a tent, of which I subscribe with the Obedient, and then, of course, the Obedient Movement, and then Labour Party as a case. So I just thought I should put that in record. So back to Mufwan's story, I just want us to cut him a slack. This is somebody that has just assumed office. I feel let's give him some time. Let's see how we approach the situation with respect to security. Now that I want to assume he's more settled, he knows his feet, that he's going to be for 4 years now. So secondly, it will interest you to know that we have a platform for those that are talking about why is the governor not setting up something like Amotekun. They're giving credit to the late Akere Dolu and all that. It will interest you to know that the former governor, prior to what's his name, Lalong, I'm talking about Jonah Jang, retired, has actually constituted or set up something what we called the Operation Rainbow. Operation Rainbow is just like a Plateau State own Amotekun. Of course, it's not Amotekun. It's more like forest guards and then more of community policing. That is what Operation Rainbow does too, but it's integrated much more even in the towns as well. So if you go to Jos, and most of the settlements that are more of urban, you see the Operation Rainbow more operational there. Now, it will interest you to know that they are always at loggerheads with the security operative. That is when I talked about security operatives, I mean the ones that are legally Operation Rainbow is legally set up though. But then I mean the main state actors, talking about the Nigerian police, talking about the Nigerian military, air force, and the likes. They are always at loggerheads with these guys. So whenever we have crises, I remember right from the 2000 down to 2008 to 2012 crisis that erupted in Jos, that actually led to this Operation Rainbow. There have always been a loggerhead between whenever the Operation Rainbow one is set in and mediate and then try to calm, nerves down, and arrest criminals, there is always a loggerhead between these guys, So it will interest you to know that the Plateau State government is not just folding its hands and then doing nothing. They've always come up with mechanisms to counter these miscreants and then jihadis as the cases, But then they've always had the state, actors, particularly the forces, to contend with. That is one thing that I feel is worthy of note. Now, on a final note, I just want to let you know that Plateau State and then the indigents are not guys that are, well, for lack of better term, I think I'll say they don't have all the well without, to kind of arm themselves. And that is why when somebody mentioned here, I can't remember the name, when he talked about it's all about support, it's all about support. I think I kind of subscribe to that idea. Plateau State and Plateau Indigenous to be precise, I think we need something like a security trust fund. I think Lagos State is doing something similar, which just recently Otedola supported them with, I think, £1 billion or thereabout. If we can have
Yeah.
individuals that can come up with, support like this, it will help them arm themselves, and then, of course, with the right policies on ground, they'll be able to put up mechanism to support themselves and then fight back any infiltrator or somebody that want to annihilate them from their town and then their communities.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Goji. That was quite an insightful submission. Yeah. I mean, I kind of understood what you said about the current governor, but I think I was just thinking yesterday, I really don't want to believe the he bought his Supreme Court judgment for silence, for trying to be inactive. So, but like you said, maybe try to, but he really needs to do more. I mean, I'm not even up for trying to, as in, pity anybody or try to say, oh, he's trying or he's not trying. As in, he has to do like a lot more, way a lot more,
Of course, there's
and so
there's
on.
room for
Yeah,
more. I'm not disputing that. What I just
yeah.
want to
So,
know
so
that
I get your
he has
point. I'm not
inherited a structure.
hold on,
He
Goji.
has
I'm not
inherited.
antagonizing your point. I'm just saying that he needs to do a lot more, even if he's doing a
True.
lot more means even if he's doing something now, he needs
Raise
to
the
do a
bar.
lot more. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, quickly we'll go straight to Rita.
Well, meaning, thank you very much, Emir Saddam, everyone present, Mambolande, you listening on YouTube, Facebook, radio station. I greet everybody. Thank you once again for this great opportunity. Plateau Massacre. I overheard you well, meaning when you said earlier that you couldn't watch the video because it's too. See, guys, you have to watch. When you see videos like that, it's good you watch it. You watch it so that you understand the kind of human beings you are. I don't know if I'll say share country with. And with that kind of video that we saw, our military are telling us that the whole thing started as a result of cattle rustling and deteriorated to the level that it is. And they want us to applaud them, they want us to clap for them. Where were they? Even if at all one wants to believe it is cattle rustling that led to all that, where were they before it got to that point? And for the Khan shaman to come out to say people are being killed and that they are going to organize The man said that the phones of the military personnel who were supposed to quell the situation, as in step in and bring in peace, were all off. The man said that on national TV. As in he made a video that he knows is gonna go viral. For a man of that magnitude to say that, then he knows what he's talking about. There was a place in that video where he said that he was trying to tell them, and they were saying, no, 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 no. He had to convince them beyond reasonable doubt for them to accept what he was telling them is the truth. And by the way, Nigeria is not the only country where cattle are being reared. So why are people being killed the way they were killed? They were killing that young man and they were making videos. Why going to rustle cattle or show us the cattle that he was rustling alongside the video they made for us? And as for my brother Ejike, that said it could be mineral resources thing. I don't think it's as in it obviously has nothing to do with mineral resources. There is something fishy. Obasanjo wrote about this some time ago, and a lot of persons were shouting. Now we see these things playing in our own very eyes. These are human beings that are being killed, and someone is coming to tell me it's cattle rustling. Which cattle rustling? Over how many people were killed? Over how many people were killed? Churches were built. Did the church building also went to rustle?
Rita has dropped you.
They not ever allow it to finish. I mean, I was just about reviewing my hand when I heard her stop speaking. Uh, anyway, but that the point she was making is actually spot on. The like that's why, in fact, that's why I said the military spends more time trying to defend it than what they spend. Kunle, I know you were up before, but your hand wasn't up, so I assumed you had probably dropped your phone somewhere. Are you there now? So you can quickly go ahead for 3 minutes and come to the level base. Yeah, go ahead. We can't hear you. I don't know if you're using some headset or something. Nope, nope, nope. Like it's, I don't know how to put it. Be like say this river. Yeah, no, we can't. We can't.
Kunle, if now you see Maxwell now, we for tell you say make you follow that format, climb a purple tree. But as you're in
Anyway,
the UK, that's not
yeah, I think
doable.
Kunle is having in a place that's not. Yeah, it's not very convenient, obviously. All right. I mean, real ever best. Real ever best. You did not come for fourth mass. You actually came to do closing prayer, and closing prayer with if service closing prayer don't too long. You know that closing prayer don't closing prayer.
Well, 1 minute, Nigeria. Let me quickly do my Jara, my quick 1 minute thing because we'll ever best will talk
No,
to
real
the
ever
whole.
best not going to use more than 3 minutes. Sef.
Even then, because what he's gonna teach us, make people carry and go. And my own is not hard. Please, oh, Saturday is the day for our protest here in the UK. I know various points during the space people have said protest is no. People have said don't talk. No, continue talking because you see where all those propagandists are. They need somebody to put them straight. Go on all the spaces wherever you see Niger flag and they're talking about what's going on in Nigeria, jump on that space, overwhelm them, right? And then in terms of protest, tell somebody to tell somebody and whatever. Please, Visage, that French media company has been they have been subbing us all day. If you have not seen it, they have been reeling out the number of Christians that have died by the various groups and what have you, and they said, and yet there has been no protest by Nigerians in the diaspora. I have seen like 3 or 4 posts. If it is not choking you, it's choking me. And that is me that always goes out to protest. Look, let us take it seriously. Right? We need to get the general public on our side in wherever we are in the diaspora. Let us do it. If we are dragging, let me be able to drag Rishi Sunak. When I manage to talk to MP, let me be able to drag them and say, look, these are how many people have turned up. How many correspondence have you received? I beg, Biko. Jaw, Tori Olorun, whatever, which other language, that's all I know. Anyway, please, it's Saturday. We are at Abuja House in Kensington from 12 noon. Come with your thermal gloves because the last time the code did us shiggy. So come prepared, right? Even if you can come for an hour, come for an hour. If you're like me who will wait till the end, come prepared. Let us raise our voices.
Which one be
As I they call
Abuja House? The one where they Holland Park. I mean,
is it Holland Park, Nisha? I don't even know. It's all I know is called Abuja House. I'll send you the.
not be that
Look,
place where
what am I
Buhari
telling you?
run
I'm
like
not sending you
forest where they
anything.
no
You
let
don't
them
do.
sleep. That
Eh?
house where the man run, Buhari did there all night and they shout Buhari go home. That time when he was in London for about 105 days.
Yes, Camden Hill, West
And a
8.
Holland Park without no.
What do I know? I live in West London, so I don't know. Yeah, so that's where we're at this time.
Correct. Who did there? Who
So
did there?
please
Tinubu did
join
there.
us. We don't even care. We want to be like doing one, doing the other one, doing one, doing the other one. The idea is that we bring in publicity. It is more symbolic than anything else. And if he makes a mistake of coming to London, in fact, I'll sleep there. But at the moment, that is where we have decided to hold the protest. And then the next one will go back to the High Commission.
All
So
right.
please join us.
All right, thank you very much, Mobi. The flyer is actually on the jumbotron as well. Please, if you've not retweeted that tweet, if you've not shared it with your people, please go ahead and share it on your different WhatsApp group. All right. Okay, I see. Kule can speak fine now. So Kule, so maybe we'll just have it for about 2 or 3 minutes, then we'll have our best on.
Tell me. This is me. 1 minute.
Yeah, we can hear you better now. So just go ahead for 2 or 3 minutes.
No, my own is that by the time we leave this place this night, let's have an action plan as to how we're going to start this revolution. Stephen was saying we should all wear armbands. So they will ask, why are you wearing armbands? Yeah, but when does Nigeria go into mourning? How many Nigerians need to die? Do they need to finish one state? As in one state ceases to exist before Nigerians actually say, ah, yes, we are mourning? Or are we still a big blind country, like Fela said? Because when things happen in Nigeria, people in other parts just think, it might as well have happened in North Africa or maybe in Europe. Nigeria is so big. But this thing has been going on for so long that we should all be screaming. So, my own is, by the time we finish this talk this night, let's have an action plan. What are we going to do? If Nigerians, some people complain that Nigerians are too broke to organize themselves. I think that's the last thing this guy said. Somebody posted it. What's his name? That's former governor. And it's true. So if they are too broke, let's contribute money. Let's tell them to gather for food. And then when they meet you now tell them, come, you're about to die. You better protest this government until you bring this government down. That's my own. That's all I need to say here. We need an action plan to start this revolution. As in start, it has started. It should have started last year. That's it. I'm done.
All right, thank you very much, Kunle. Actually, I totally agree with you. We probably need to, not probably, we need to be quite active. But that's why, for me, I think the very least everybody should be doing now is voicing it out there in the air. Let people get used to this because, I mean, if you get to Nigeria, sometimes if you go to Nigeria and you come back, it can the unawareness can be very annoying. The way everybody's You probably even see people try to defend their slave masters. It's kind of crazy. But I think we need to act, actually. Nigerians, all of us together, home and abroad, we need to act. It's why I would add my voice to the call for people to join Nadeko, since Nadeko seems to have action points. So if, like Mommy B said, and you know, what they need is that push, then, and what we have is push. So let's care our push to their action plans and see where that takes us. Read ever best. Uh, Closing prayer.
Well, meaning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. I want to start by thanking everyone on this space now, but since I don't have much time, let me just do my 2 cents, and then I'll come back to the people I really, really need to greet. Talking about Plateau Massacre, I think, this thing has been going on for a long time, and the difficulty I have about this discussing these issues is that most times it's even as though even most Nigerians, a lot of us don't, we try to, a kind of find excuse, to actually not discuss what is happening. And that is why I like when Zari came up to actually try to speak on the person that I think there was somebody who was talking about minerals and all the rest of them. So I like the fact that Zari came to actually try to make us focus on the real issue. Like people have noted, there every part of Nigeria there is mineral resources, and it's not just only in Nigeria that we have this kind. I think even what over there is this tendency to run away from the issue, from the crisis that people are facing, from the real threats of of civilization, to say it's climate change, or they say it's poverty, or they say, they try to give it one name or the other to just make it. And there's a way these Islamists group have actually captured the world, and they are in Ivy League school, they are in, whether it's in European Union, they are the one who have dominated United Nations. They're in all these places, and they have always find a way to have a talking point. And anytime something happens, it's either they will tell you, oh, it's climate change, or they will tell you, oh, there are 1.2 billion Muslims in the world. They are peaceful Muslims and stuff like that. My problem is not about somebody who is peaceful or somebody who is not peaceful. My problem is to look at the ideology that drives people's behavior. And I've always, each time I talk about religion, I said religion is two things, the prophet that preached religion, the book upon which that religion is predicated, and the people that practice that religion. So there must be, anytime something happened and about religion, so you have to know that thing, does it have correlation with the prophet? Does it have correlation with the book? Does it have, how is the person? So that is the only way you can make it about religion. If I, as a Christian, I do something, go out, rape somebody and do all these things, it might not say it's Christianity. But if what I did is in tandem with what my book is saying and what my prophet did, then that is the example of the, and that is me practicing my religion. The problem in Plateau has started long time ago. When people talk about civil war, they talk about, oh, Juku deceived Igbo people, or Juku wanted this and stuff like that. But that is just being simplistic about the whole thing. Juku was just somebody who destiny placed at that point in time to actually fight for his people. But there are issues that accumulated to what actually caused the Nigerian Biafra War. I don't. Those of you who read book, you can go and read Alexander Madiebo. Alexander Madiebo, The Biafra Revolution, is one book that, especially people who are very conservative, who doesn't really want to actually speak so much about what happened, they like to read it, at least across board, whether you're Igbo, you don't. At least you can read Alexander Madiebo. Go and read that book. You see that there is a whole chapter that man dedicated to actually talk about the problems in the Middle Belt, the problem that was happening this in Plateau now, in Middle Belt, in Benue, in Tiv, especially in Tiv areas. And those problems were to the effect that this thing you're calling ethnic cleansing now has started. There are people then who were ready to clear those communities for their people to occupy the Flanis. Also in the military, there were rumors, there are people, from Saudi Arabia, from which Libya, not the rest of them. There are rumors that people are training people there to take over certain communities. Those are the issues that the soldiers were discussing that made them become apprehensive, to say something must to be done. So the people, the soldiers, just like the soldiers will come now and say, "Oh, this is not what happened," and all the rest of them. That was also what happened. These soldiers were released to go and quell the problem in the Middle Belt and in Tiv area. And when they go out there to see what is happening, they arrest people. And when they arrest them, they receive calls from their commanders that those people should be rescued, that those people should be sent out of place. So a soldier has gone out to go and risk his life. Some of them died in the process, and in most cases, they end up capturing these people who are trying to kill communities. And these people will be released from prison. The people who are releasing them are the commanders, the people who are releasing them, just like what is happening now. And when you see a situation where communities will be sacked, government will now go and camp them somewhere. They will not take them back to their community, rebuild those communities and put them there and now build security for them. They will not do that. So what is happening is there is an ideology that is just all over the world. It's just going around, and especially people in Europe. Look at what happened in Palestine. That on October 7th, people went, for whatever reason, went into Israel, slaughtered up to 1,400 people or 1,200 people, as the case may be. And today, people are not talking about those people who were killed in Israel. People are talking about Palestinian children, and there are protests all over Europe. Thousands and thousands of people are coming to protest against Israel. And the people they are actually protesting for is Hamas. They are protesting for terrorist group. And you see, very educated people coming to even some of us coming to say, "Oh, Israel," but it's not about Israel. It's about the ideology that what happened in Israel can happen. In short, it's happening in Plateau, and it's just that we are less human beings in this place, so they can kill people in Plateau, kill people in all these places. Nobody's going to protect it. But because Israel is a country, that have its ass together, so every Israeli citizen matters so much. So that is why you see. But my problem is, see the protests in Europe, in the streets in the streets in London, whether it's in Germany, whether it's in Canada, all these places, people protesting for Hamas, a terrorist group protesting for them. It gives you an idea how these people have actually penetrated the world to tell you that whenever something happens, they don't want you to talk about the real problem. They want to deviate from these issues. And for Nigerians, if we don't wake up, to speak and stand up to these things, it will happen to you. If they are done with Plateau, they will come down south, they will come. It will be like that until some of us, a lot of us are clear. This thing is not something that is going to end. It's not something that, you have a solution. It's an ideology. And until we start speaking to those ideologies that drive these people to do what they do. The people who are doing this thing are not uneducated. The people who are doing it are educated. They are in government places. They are army generals. They are custom officers. They are police officers, and all. They are the people who are giving these people the leeway to go. When Buhari came, this thing became. I'm summarizing now. When Buhari came into office, this thing now became so pronounced because people felt they have people who are protecting them, and that is why we are where we are in this country today. We must speak up to the issue, to the ideology that drives this thing. Every religion has I'm a Christian. If Jesus Christ gave me an example of, say, "Oh, if I get angry or if somebody, I should do this," I will do it. That is me being a Christian. That is me being a faithful Christian. So when people want to make excuse for this ideology, I cringe in my spirit. You remember Obama said, "Oh, Islam is peaceful." George Bush, most of the leaders in the world have said, "You don't teach these people their religion." And the problem we have today is that people are denying what is the real issue. And I hope that Nigerians who can stand up and protest, because if it's Plateau today, it can be you. And let me end with this. Somebody came here and talk about referendum and all the rest of them. I think most times when we discuss this issue, that this suspension of, I like using this word, suspension of intelligence. If we don't have referendum in our constitution, and again, for the Easterners, there are people who represent us. We have governors, like I think women in Nigeria noted, we have governors, we have senators. Politically, those are the people who represent you. Those are the people who speak for you. And therefore, if you have another person under one tree that is telling you that is going to organize referendum for you, other than these people who actually you have voted in quote, who are representing you in quote, they are the people who will speak. And as long as we don't have it in our constitution, so that you're going to activate that part of the constitution to say we are seeking for a referendum, it's not going to happen. It's just you opening up yourself to be killed, because the Nigerian state is a sovereign state, at least as it's presently constituted. It's a sovereign state, and any group that want to go against the constitution as is practiced exists today, that group, the Nigerian state, except that group is so strong enough that you'll be able to fight the Nigerian state, or the Nigerian state say today, okay, we are going to give you referendum for whatever reason, they make an emergency proclamation and say we are going to give you. If that is not the case, nothing's going to happen on the 1st of January. Nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be a talking point that people just like. For me, like when I speak like the people would, if Nigeria is not working, I would prefer let us divide. I would like it so much. In short, I feel as an Igbo person, I feel like Nigeria is a hindrance. Nigeria is actually is stifling a lot of potentials that we in the south and every other person, whether in the southwest, whether in the south, the potential they have. Nigeria is killing everybody in this country. And if there's a way we can unbundle this country, it's better for. But right now, this is what we have, and what we can do is, given our circumstances, how do we navigate our way out of this problem? Finally, until we speak to the issues that we have, the issues that confront us, that there's an ideology in this country, there's an Islamist ideology in this country that want to kill all of us, that is not in tandem with, that is not longer in consonant with our reality and modern and our present civilization. And as long as they are trying to take us back, to 6th century Arabia, and the world has gone moved that is what we should speak to, and that is what we should actually say. This is our problem, and until we stand up to it, it's not going to. Islamist ideology, they like pandering. When you pander to them, they will not stop. So we need people who can stand up, people who can speak up, people who can call spade a spade. And let
Yep.
me also stop. And that is why I'm saying I stop with this. That's why I'm also saying, please, those of you in the US, please vote Donald Trump. The world needs a strong leader that will actually make people, do what they are supposed to do. It's important. I'm repeating that again. Those people, I know a lot of you say, Trump, this Trump. Please, ordinarily, if I'm in America, I'll vote him. But the world right now needs a strong leader. The reason why, you remember the 4 years of Trump, whether it's Kim Jong-un in North Korea, whether it's those other people in the Middle East, none of
You
them
never best.
get,
Don't worry.
whether
We
it's
will,
Russia.
we will put a campaign space. Don't worry. A
Okay,
campaign,
please. So it's only when,
Trump
because
campaign.
Joe Biden, people have seen weakness in Joe Biden. That is why all these things
Yeah.
are just coming up at this time. The world is in their need of a leader that can actually, navigate the affairs of the world and actually put this Islamist ideology and people who actually carry it on their head to their place. The world need that right now, and you are somebody who can make that happen. So wherever you are in your space, please say these things and let us get it done. So
All
on
right.
that note, I want to thank everyone. Women in Nigeria, Emir Saddam, Madam Bolanle, my mom, I can see you. Madam Anka, Mommy Anka, I
You
can
never
see you.
best. Go straight to the
Steven,
point.
no, don't worry. I'll go. Honorable Ada, I'm seeing you. I'm seeing a whole lot of. I don't know why each
Sweet
time I come
Angel,
up here,
thank
I
you
can't
very
just call.
much. Okay, thank you
You
very
will
much.
not
You
make
never
me.
best.
You will not make me forget women in Nigeria. Don't worry. You not make me. Each time I come here, I would want to call everybody's name, but I can see Cindy. I can see every other.
You don't do. You don't do.
The
You don't do.
boss.
You let
Oh boy, don't do
Then
I
sweet
beg.
angel. Wait. Now let me just give me 3 seconds. Let me.
these 3 seconds. You don't do.
I beg, let me and Jabe wrap up.
Any, anyway, anyway, thank you very much. Thank you
Wait a
very
minute.
much.
Let me greet sweet angel. Now, what's your Madam? What's your problem? Sweet angel.
Who is
Good
this?
evening. I beg
How
from
this guy
here.
tell me this thing? Like, say, now did you they use? Anyway, thank you very much, you my best. Very brilliant submission. Of course, these are conversations that doesn't end in one place. In fact, remember best, but you know when I said you need only 150 people to get a referendum. The truth is that if, for hypothetically, it's not possible to be honest, because these are greedy humans. If all the 5 governors of the southeast, right, all the 3 senators of all the states of each state, all the House of Rep people, what they said no, they were there's no that's the only way. But of course, that would just be like living a fantasy in a fantasy world. So, but it's quite unfortunate. But let's see how it goes. We have February 1st, a date with destiny. Saddam, over to you.
Thank you
I
very
hope you
much,
are ready for
Jabe.
February 1st.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. As in, we draw the curtains again to another violent space. Before I wrap up, I just want to say for those that always come late to the platform, we are actually, we start these spaces by 8 p.m. Nigerian time and we end by 11 going forward because we have now exceeded by like an hour. We just cannot keep up with the pace of last year. This year is we're just trying to make sure that we have the platform going on. So please, guys, if you're coming, just try and put that behind your mind that if you want to speak right now, we have so many people that want to speak, and I can't bring up anybody up and most of you are requesting from Mike, my favorite here. I'd love to listen to you guys speak. So please, going forward, going on Tuesday, please, when you come out here, please come out by from the space time of 8 p.m. Nigerian time to 11 o'clock. We can have these conversations. And as we always say on the platform, Nigerian issue no they finish. Nigerian wahala no they finish. By Tuesday, more things will come up. Unfortunately, negatively, that's where we are right now because even backed by scriptures, when the wicked are in power, the people growing. Nigerians will suffer. It is just what it is. And I'll just wrap up with saying what's happening in America because I know we have a very huge followership of our American brothers and sisters on this platform, and we're going to have that space because people have been asking me. We have to discuss it, and me on my own, I'll come out and I'm going to explain a whole lot of stuff to Nigerians, especially Nigerians in diaspora, especially Nigerians that understand what is happening, the game of politics and everything. From my own perspective, I might not be right, but this is how I see life, and this is what I think, and I'm saying this because. And I'm standing on a place where what I stand and represent in Nigeria, I stand and represent it across the world. If in Nigeria right now we can attribute, and I'm saying this from a very informed position, that what we are suffering right now in Nigeria and what the carnage going across Nigeria is by state actors that came into Nigeria that are not Nigerians. I repeat, people that came into Nigeria that are not Nigerians, that came in from our porous open borders, that have infiltrated Nigeria and as we speak right now are in every region of the country. They have their sleeper cells in all the forestries across Nigeria. Bar none, everywhere. Don't think you're immune to what's happening right now in the plateau. No, it is everywhere. And it's just a matter of time before they will spark up. And if, honestly speaking, as I stand there as a person and I say, um, do I support open borders whereby your borders are opened and any kind of person can come into the country? You cannot check them, you cannot do anything. Meanwhile, people really want to probably come in and invest in the country, and you have to pass through immigration law and things are so difficult to get in. Meanwhile, the borders are open for Nigeria, for bandits, terrorists, and their likes to be coming into the country with ammunition from Libya, from Niger. It is crazy what's happening in Nigeria. And I said the same thing, and I asked my brothers in America, and I said, are you aware right now? I spoke to some of my brothers, and we had this discussion, and someone like, oh, many people not even aware of what's even happening down there. And I'm like, in the space of 4 years in America, you've had over 9 million people coming to America illegitimately, illegally through your borders, as in porously. These are bandits, these are terrorists, these are of all sort of people coming into your borders openly, as in, and the government are acting like nothing is happening. And you tell me, and I asked the person, I was like, do you support open border in Nigeria? The person said, no. Nigeria border should be closed. I said, you don't support open border in Nigeria, but you support it in America. So when you put these policies head to head, you now understand that I am standing on a position that what I do not like in Nigeria, I do not like it in other places also. So if people are in that country saying our borders should be, and meanwhile, as I'm saying this, there are thousands of Nigerians every day going to the American embassy, legitimately want to come to America and legitimately, they're not giving us visa. Nigerians are spending thousands of naira, millions every year going for visa. They know they give us visa. But people that are going through the border, they allow them free. They flex them. Especially they want to put them for hotel and the rest. It is a whole bullshit happening over there. But that is not my business. My business is as Nigeria is right now. The people that are meant to speak up for us, the people that are always interfering in the affairs of the nations of the earth. America, yes, we can see their hands in Yemen. You can see their hands everywhere. Came to Nigeria and told Nigeria, stop arresting LGBTQ. They did not have a word for people that have been killed in the Middle Belt. They did not have a word for people that have been killed by banditry. They don't have a word for kidnapping. They don't have a word for the bad economy in Nigeria. All they care about is let us stop arresting LGBTQ. That is their most important issue. In all honesty, I cannot, with my chest, side and support such a people. It is where me I'm standing as a person. You can differ. We'll have that space, so I will discuss it one of these days. But from here today, I say thank you to all of you on the platform. It's just my own 2 cents of how I'm going to wrap the space up today and understand why I am saying Trump 2024 and why I'm seeing a whole lot of reasonable Nigerians coming up to say, truly, even Democrats, I see them, my Democrats brother, that we had this discussion as of last year. They were telling me, I had a 3 hours call with like some of them last year, and they were saying it's not possible. And I'm happy many of them are in the same table with us and are seeing it. that we have a common enemy. And the common enemy are people that will prefer Nigerians to pass through the Mediterranean Sea and come to their country than open up the borders for us to come in legitimately. Meanwhile, making sure that our own country is not functional by supporting a criminal drug baron. And with that, I say welcome to the end of the Violence Space today. Let's have a wonderful day, weekend. I wish you all a wonderful weekend. I'll be back here by Tuesday next week, hopefully God's willing, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. 8 to
Yes, Adam. One MMC will be back on Saturday. So, guys, I think it's 7 p.m. So watch out for that space.
All right, please, guys, you guys hear that? I heard that. Please, all our obedience spaces, please, let's start coming back. It's important we continue. If you see what now it's propaganda, you can see that they're opening up different handles now. There's a Rebecca that they are opening up fake handles just to make sure that if people don't understand how important the social media is right now, this is the only means of communication we have. Please. Whatever you're doing, do not get tired, do not get weary. Keep those tweets coming out. Let the world remember that in times like this, you were not silent. You did not take a side of silence, but you stood up and spoke truth to power or tweeted truth to power. Whatever you did, it will be remembered one day. Thank you, guys. Thank you, all in Nigeria, my brother. Thank you, Mami Bolali. Real our best. Mr. Kunle, all of you requesting for the mic that I could not bring up here. I beg, no vex. It's just that we have passed our time by over an hour. As I said earlier on, this space is now going to be holding for a maximum 3 hours, but I've done 4 hours today. Please, time is money over where we are. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. I see all the blue tickers. My brother Steven, thank you. Omega XD, thank you. Engineer Shaibu. Wami Anka Dede, thank you. Chief Oekena, God's will for Nigeria, Polonium, Kola Day, my bro. Naira Exchange, good to have you, sir. Oluwadami, Larry, Bankole, Yvonne, the real Omezia, sweet angel of real ever best. I see you, Cindy Gold, GRVPR, Dr. Kells. Dr. Kells, God bless you for the great thing you did for those accident victims. Dr. Lu, thank you very much. Incoming virus. Tony, Otumba Dike, Shrubs. I'm my brother, Mr. Waleri, Mr. Mike. Osifo, it's good to have you back. Professor Balactic, thank you very much. Dan, Tex, Health, Fatai, NASA. Wow, good to have you back. Nkechi, Julius, Uzo Amaka, good to have you here. God bless every single one of you. Same, man. Thank you, guys. We'll be back on this platform. If you did not hear your name, I beg, no vex. It's just that I can't call all the names, but from the bottom of my heart, it is all love and light from this platform. We'll be back here, same station, same time on Tuesday, 8 p.m. to probably 11 p.m. God bless you all. Good night. Stay safe.